Introduction by members. Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I call motion 18 on the order paper. Mr. Speaker, I move that motion 18, standing my name on the order paper, which appoints and sets the terms of reference for a special committee to review private member business.
Member for Paul River Sunshine Coast.
Here, and my lovely colleagues who are here with us all in the chamber. It's an honor and a privilege to once again stand and speak on an issue that has been raised over a number of years by members on all sides of this House. And I think it's finally a good opportunity. We finally have a good opportunity to talk about the role of private members in this chamber. And I've been a private member for about 15 years, and it's adding up again. But I've been in this place for 17 years and 9 months, I think it is. And during those years, obviously, all private members, and all members, in fact, are able to represent their constituencies, the needs of the constituencies, the priorities of the people who live where we represent. And, you know, I have to say, not everybody understands how the legislature works, in all its interesting ways, sometimes efficiently, sometimes frustratingly, sometimes with humor. And all of the ways that we work in this chamber are to reflect the needs of British Columbians. And so today I'm pleased to be able to speak on a motion that has been tabled by the House Leader to review, to a special committee to review private members' business. That committee would examine the current use for private members' business by the Legislative Assembly and other parliamentary jurisdictions in Canada, and to make sure recommendations on possible improvements to the consideration of private members' business, specifically private members' bills and private members' motions in the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia. It further states that the special committee have the powers of a select standing committee and in addition be empowered to, and there are 6 points here. 1, appoint of its number 1 or more subcommittees and to refer to each subcommittee any of the matters referred to the special committee and to delegate to the subcommittee all or any of its powers except the power to report directly to the House. B, to sit during a period in which the House is adjourned during the recess after prorogation until the next following session, and during any sitting of the House. C, conduct consultations by any means the special committee considers appropriate. D, adjourn from place to place as may be convenient. And E, retain personnel as required to assist the special committee. Further states that the committee report to the House by October 5, 2023, and that during a period of adjournment, the committee deposit its reports with the clerk of the Legislative Assembly, and upon resumption of the sittings of the House, or in the next following session, as the case may be, the chair present all reports to the House, and that the special committee of selection prepare and report with all convenient speed to the members to compose the special committee to review private members' business. So, in summary, this motion is to set up a special committee to review private members' business. And for those watching from afar, it's important to note that the government consists of all the members of the Executive Council, that is, the ministers and the Premier of the province. All the other members in this chamber, whether they be opposition members, independent members, members of a third party, and indeed all of the members not appointed to a position in the Executive Council are all private members. And there are many of us in this chamber. There are many private members in this House, and for many years, obviously I said 15 years, I sat as a private member. And as a private member, you know that there are many things that you can do. You can try to influence public policy by talking to members of the Executive Council, encouraging community members to bring their issues to you and to other colleagues, to promote issues through public information, public awareness opportunities. Occasionally, you'll have an opportunity to speak in the chamber on 2-minute statements. You could speak on private members' time in the morning on Monday. Oftentimes, we have statements that are presented by members of the private members in this House, and they begin each Monday, each week of our sitting. There are usually 4 statements, is it 4? And then private members' motion. And so we take turns presenting statements, talking about issues that are important to us or to our constituents or to the province. And in fact, sometimes we talk about issues that are of interest to people beyond the boundary of this beautiful province. But that's an opportunity for private members to talk about issues that are important to them. They don't have the opportunity to write legislation, as in government legislation, but they do indeed have an opportunity to draft bills. So legislation, bills put forward by private members, traditionally and historically in this country, in fact, are not the priority of government. The government's legislative agenda is set by government, and private members' bills are very, very rarely debated. I would point out that there have been occasions, and in one particular occasion in the last term of this government, the opposition, 2 bills. I saw one for sure. I remember there was one, there were 2 private members' bills put forward and passed by a government in cooperation and supporting the Green Party legislation. And I remember the first time I heard that the private members would have support drafting legislation, I thought, this is a good step. This is a step towards making sure that the functions and the mechanisms of this place can support those other than those who are in cabinet. And offering the legislative drafting services to opposition members began when the House had the governing party had a slight majority, and only that because of the participation of the third party. So that opportunity was given to opposition members, and they were successful in passing legislation. Obviously, the majority of the House voted in favor of that legislation. And subsequent to that, the government continues to offer that service, that opportunity for private members to draft legislation. Many members would wonder, okay, so we have the assistance in legislative drafting. What do we do with the bills once they're tabled? Are we satisfied with simply standing up and tabling those pieces of legislation and describing what their intent is, and would that be enough to satisfy private members? And many would suggest that they'd like to see opportunity for private members' bills to go further than that. And this is, these kind of things, these kind of issues would have to be fully canvassed, and I think the best opportunity for canvassing those kind of ideas would be in a special committee set up specifically to look at what private members could do to influence public policy, or to raise the voice of particular issues, or to highlight the concerns of their constituencies. So, in effect, what the motion on the floor now is that we set up a committee to look at all of the I guess, pros and cons of broadening the role of private members in this chamber. And I think it would be fair to say that the perspective on this issue could differ depending on whether one was in the government caucus or in the opposition caucus or in the third party caucus, or indeed as an independent. And I look forward to hearing submissions from members of all sides of this House, obviously, on their views on this issue. The questions that the committee could ask could be, are we using private members' bills to their full effect? Should we be offering more opportunities for private members to make statements? Should we be changing the format of Monday mornings so that we could perhaps engage in a different kind of debate and perhaps not simply back and forth on one issue for 10 minutes and then move to the next? These are questions that clearly would be best canvassed by members of this chamber, and I think in consultation with people in the public of British Columbia. They perhaps would like to have a say in how private members occupy their time and are given the opportunity to fully reflect their community's concerns and the province's concerns. And it's been a very long time, I would point out. It's been a very long time since any discussion or any deliberation around private members' time has been undertaken. And I think this is an opportunity. We have two parties with many private members in their ranks, and opposition and independent members of this House who are equally private members, and who may, in fact, wish to have take on more of a role in either shaping public policy or in getting the voice out from their constituents. And so this kind of discussion, I think, is timely. It's, you know, as the caucus chair for the government caucus, there are a lot of private members in our ranks, and each of them bring their unique perspective to this chamber, and each of them bring their priorities and the issues that their constituents bring to them to this place. And I think constituents of ours sometimes wonder, how can we represent their voice better? And that's always an important question to ask. And I think, you know, when people realize that ultimately the government is formulating legislation, and the private members support that legislation for the most part. And I haven't seen any examples. I've seen a few over the 17 years, 9 months, and know how many days. But I've seen very few occasions when sitting members of government would vote against the bill. But I remember a few of them, and it wasn't the normal process. It wasn't the regular expectation, and so it became kind of controversial. And what we could do during the discussions as a committee, an all-party committee on this issue, is speak frankly about how we could make the system better. When people come and visit here, they sometimes see the activities as kind of arcane, strange, and out of reach for their regular day-to-day understanding of politics. But as private members, we have an opportunity to just speak on the issues that are of interest to us, and hopefully, you know, we can increase the influence that we have as politicians if we so desire. And I just wanted to look over, what do other jurisdictions do in order to ensure that private members have an opportunity to participate fully in the debates in their legislative chambers. And I was pleased to look over some of the findings. When it comes to private members' bills, in Alberta, private members' bills are referred to a parliamentary committee which recommends whether or not they should be passed. And I think that's an interesting perspective. And these examples that I'm going to itemize, enumerate, could be questions discussed in a special committee. I'd like to be on that special committee if I'm allowed to advocate for myself there. If the House, in Alberta, if the House agrees and concurs with the report of the committee, then the bill can receive up to 2 hours for second reading and committee stage, and 1 hour for third reading. So there's a process to bring, there's a set in place process for Albertan private members to bring forward legislation. And that the total is once a week for 3 hours. In the House of Commons in Ottawa, private member bills are introduced during routine proceedings. Their Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs sets the criteria as to whether or not they're votable or non-votable. In other words, they have rules on determining what types of private members' bills they'll vote on. The sponsor of these private members' bills in the House of Commons in Ottawa has 15 minutes to speak in support of their bill, and other members could speak to up to 10 minutes each. So Manitoba, twice a week for 2 hours, they discuss private members' bills and other business as well. So each recognized party may select up to 3 private members' bills per session to proceed to second reading, debate, and vote. Independent members may select 1 bill with scheduling coordinated with the government House Leader. And the Speaker is advised of all the plans. So Manitoba, an interesting way of doing things there. In New Brunswick, they discuss private members' business once a week for 3.5 hours. Sounds familiar to hear. They can debate bills at second or third reading and motions as well. Each item must be put to a vote after a maximum of 2 hours of debate. And as I said earlier, a special committee set up to look at private members' time would be able to weigh the pros and cons from all the perspectives. And I think it's always good for for those with experience on both sides of the House to recognize that the needs or the interests of the government or the opposition or the third party or independents will be different depending on the perspective that you have, the visual perspective you have in this House and the physical location of your seat. The Northwest Territories, where I was proud to work for a few years, of course, they have consensus government. They do not have political parties, and their MLAs are elected from all parts of the territory. A member who's not a minister may introduce a private member's bill, but those private members' bills cannot involve the imposition of any tax or requirement of public funds, similar to private members' bills here, if I'm not mistaken. Looking to the clerk's table for ongoing tutorial. Yeah, there's a nod. Thank you very much. In Newfoundland and Labrador, private members' time, they dedicate 2 hours once a week and to debate motions only. So that's an interesting one as well. Nova Scotia, once a week for 2.5 hours. Bills are called for debate on opposition days. Debate is limited to an hour for any bill and no questions are asked. And no member can speak for more than 15 minutes on any item taken up. In Nunavut, they also have a consensus government and no party system. They do have cabinet ministers, and cabinet is selected from elected independent members. All other members serve as the unofficial opposition. So they may not be seen as opposition as much as it is a consensus. They work toward common goals without the partisanship, I suppose you could say. Ontario, they do private members' business 3 times a week for 45 minutes. And 3 items of business are considered each week during private members' business. And third reading has to be called during government business. In Prince Edward Island, private members' business is debated twice a week for an hour and once a week for 1.5 hours. All right. In Quebec, private members' work gets done once a week for 2 hours. Just to clarify, we do private members' business only on Monday mornings in this chamber from 10 o'clock till noon. So we have 2 hours here. And I think the discussion around Monday mornings is appropriate for this time because there's been discussion between the House leaders around the order of business on Monday mornings and trying to make sure that that the institution is listening to the discussion around the use of time, and I think it's always good to be reflective, and as slowly as this place sometimes changes, I think it's important to be accepting and open to the possibility of change. In Saskatchewan, they debate private members' bills and motions once a week, and they are considered in the order of precedence as they appear on the order papers. And the order rotates between the government and opposition, similar to our statements in this chamber, similar to the motions that we put forward on Monday mornings, and they're introduced during daily routine proceedings. Second reading takes place during private members' business. And in Yukon, once a week for 4 hours. They're the territory that does have partisanship in their chamber. So, I think there are some complexities and fine parts to all of the processes that we use in this chamber, and the ability for members to get the assistance of the clerks in the deliberations around private members' time, the input from all parties with perhaps different perspectives, perhaps similar perspectives, to really work out all of the potential ramifications of changing the responsibility, whether it be increasing or reducing the responsibilities or the expectations of private members. I don't think that would be recommended very broadly. So we've seen examples in this chamber and in other chambers as well on how private members' business is used and private members' bills are used. And in fact, sometimes we see private members' bills being put forward to recognize something important in their community. The member for Comox, Courtney Comox, put forward a private member's bill recognizing, and I'm not going to get the name of the fossil correct, but fossil. Yeah, well, the member for Courtney Comox has an opinion about it, and it's one of those bills that I think would receive broad support without much controversy, so it probably wouldn't take too long to pass. The other bills sometimes are put forward purely for political purposes, to make a point, to make a statement, whether it be about government or it be about another issue, and the numerous examples of those. And I do think they're put forward by private members as bills in order to be able to table them and express what they would achieve. And I don't think at this point in this chamber in British Columbia that private members have a lot of faith that their bills will be called, because traditionally they haven't been, with very few exceptions, and notably exceptions during the 2017-2020 period. But that's not to say that this discussion shouldn't be examined further. Should there be a way for some of these private members' bills to proceed to second and third reading? There are examples of private members' bills influencing government policy simply by raising the profile of that particular issue, and I think that in that way it's useful for government, in fact, to be able to take those bills and read those bills, and oftentimes incorporate those bills into their own government bills, which doesn't give the satisfaction to the private member that they've passed a bill, but ultimately our purpose in here is to do what's best for British Columbians. And if a government chooses to incorporate a private member's bill into their legislation, it should be seen as a compliment and a mark of approval for that particular bill to be called. And there's a a former MLA from Saskatchewan wrote a paper about private members' bills actually and whether they're useful in our legislatures. That's from about 10 years ago, but I don't think things have changed that quickly to make it obsolete. And I don't know much about this particular MLA, but he did write about his experience. And his first experience was one that illustrates the role of elected representatives, regardless of their place in this House, in serving constituents. And the first example was a reservists' leave bill brought to the chamber to allow reservists the opportunity. Let me see exactly if I can get the wording right. Let me just read it out so that I don't waste time pausing here. It was initially launched, and this is by David Forbes, MLA, MLA for Saskatoon Centre, and it was a paper written for the 50th Canadian Regional Conference in Quebec City in July of 2012. The Reservist Leave Bill, initially launched by the opposition, illustrates the flexibility of private members' bill to respond quickly on an emerging issue or a gap in government policy. We were at war in Afghanistan, and local reservists felt they needed job protection should they be required to take leave to serve in the forces. They lobbied both sides of the House to get the necessary amendments to the Labour Standards Act, and actually MLA Forbes was the Minister of Labour. The opposition seized the opportunity to champion the issue, causing government to explain itself in an indefensible position, they said. And as he was the Minister of Labour, and at the request of the Premier, he offered to work with the opposition and draft the appropriate legislation. And while it didn't incorporate everything in the opposition member's private member's bill, it went a long way to serving the purpose for which it was tabled. And I think that's a good example of how you can actually demonstrate that the ideas that separate our parties are sometimes wider and sometimes less wide. And perhaps it would be a good opportunity for the public to see that, in fact, there are many things upon which we agree. Yes, absolutely. And another experience that he related was an act to provide for the protection of service animals. And, you know, I think that's something that government was preparing a major update to the Animal Protection Act, and while this hadn't been incorporated, they thought it would be best if service animals were given greater protection than the legislation had originally contemplated. So other bills, including the removal of the R word, and if people are familiar with the developmental disability community, it's a word that we don't use anymore, should never have used, but it was a Respectful Language Act, and to take the reference of that R word out of legislation and replace it with more appropriate language. And so these are examples of the opposition coming up with ideas that, you know, obviously were agreed to by government. It didn't seem to have any sort of controversy or, in fact, just showed that they reflected the views of that province all at once. And I think in this place, there could be opportunities such as my friend's bill from Courtney Comox that could demonstrate to the people of the province that we may not all agree on issues of contemporary politics, but we can certainly agree on fossils. And so I look forward to, I hope that bill gets an opportunity to be on this floor, and I hope that the discussion of the committee will be fruitful and will ensure that people of all sides of this House are valued and that their constituents know that members are valued as well. So with that, Madam Chair, I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this motion, and I look around to see who might be next. And I look forward to hearing the words of my colleague from the other side. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. And I am pleased to take my place in the debate on motion number 18 that has been called this afternoon. And I will acknowledge the member from Powell River Sunshine Coast and thank him for reading the entire motion into the record. And just so that we were absolutely clear, clear about every aspect of this motion. So I will spare everyone in the chamber from doing the same thing. And I did perhaps perk up and listen with a bit more attention and care to the member's comments, the member from Powell River Sunshine Coast, because we are talking about matters of impacting private members, and he's been one for a long time in this place, 15 years, I believe, 15 long years. So he knows a few things about being a private member in this place. But in all seriousness, I want to start off my remarks by making it very, very clear that the official opposition has been a strong proponent of improving private members' time. The 2 hours that is set aside on Monday mornings specifically, which has been practiced for a number of years in British Columbia, is not by any stretch of the imagination the best use of that time. Well, there's 87 individuals that are all duly elected. They're sent here, and I would venture to guess that there's very few members in this place that would actually seriously say they could look constituents in the eyes when they go back home and say that in the context of a lot of what goes on in this place, perhaps, but certainly specifically the Monday morning time, that is time well spent. That is time that couldn't be better spent doing other things in this place to advance good public policy. And I think it's important to just, to acknowledge it and say it. Good ideas come from all corners of this chamber. And I've been fortunate to sit on both sides. I'll feel more fortunate when I can go back to the other side one day, but I have been in government. And now I've served a little bit more time in opposition. I certainly have a much greater understanding and sensibility as to what the role of the opposition is in this place and how important that is. I think we all acknowledge that government has a job to do, and everyone in government, whether you're a cabinet minister or a private member of the government, whether you chair committees as a private member of government or not, whether you're in the official opposition or in the third party, or an independent in this place, everyone has a role. Everyone can and should contribute to the best of their abilities through that role. And so I certainly, again, believe that there is a huge opportunity to improve the private members' time. The interesting piece, with all of that being said, is that a lot of work has already been done on this. The sad reality is that we're sitting here on February 23rd, 2023, almost exactly 1 year after meaningful discussions were being had between the then government House Leader, the Solicitor General, and the member of the Green, or the House Leader for the Green Party, the member from Saanich North and the Islands, and before him, I should definitely acknowledge the leader of the Green Party, and the work that she did while she was the leader and the House Leader at the same time, and I was there, and I know before me, the member from Kamloops North Thompson had some discussions. There was a lot of discussion and work done between the three House Leaders of this place to focus on what can be done, how can we make these Monday, this private members' time, whether it continues to be on Mondays or not. I think that should be open for discussion too. But how do we make this time work better? There was jurisdictional analysis. Now, the member for Powell River Sunshine Coast walked us through highlights of what other jurisdictions in Canada do with respect to private members' time. I know that this is the case for the third party. It certainly is the case for us. We've had the Legislative Library research team and external individuals actually pull together jurisdictional analysis of what other legislatures and what the federal parliament does in this country, and how could we adapt private members' time as it's done in these other jurisdictions to work better here in British Columbia. This work is all done. So my first aspect of this motion today that raises an eyebrow is, why do we need a time frame that takes us from now to potentially early October of this year to presumably go out and do the work that has already been done, the jurisdictional analysis being the most important part of that. Now, fair enough, you still have to take that jurisdictional analysis and bring it forward, and you would want representatives from the three official parties in this place to actually, as a group, as a committee, to actually pour through those recommendations or those options, and then hone it down to a made in BC solution for improved private members' time. But the point I'm making is that the work in terms of understanding what those options are, what the alternatives could be, what other jurisdictions have done, that work is already in place. British Columbia would not be a trailblazer on enhanced or improved private members' time. It's been done in a much more effective way in the federal parliament for years. It's been done, as has been already pointed out, it's been done in other legislatures for years. Alberta has a very robust private members' time opportunity. And those of us that have had a keen interest in this matter, and I mentioned my interest in the context of being a House leader for the past year, but prior to that, this is something that has piqued my curiosity. Why do we do things the way we do it here in British Columbia when it can presumably be done better as we see in other jurisdictions? So the first piece that I wanted to really lay out there is we don't understand why so much time is going to be needed to convey this or to convene this committee to go out and do work that's already been done. We'll be proposing right out of the outset with this committee that the jurisdictional analysis work, all of that work that the Legislative Library has already prepared, that all be put on the table, and that the committee focus on a much more expedited time frame. Now, if the government House Leader has some rationale that he would like to share, he didn't speak to this motion. Maybe he will later on. But if he could speak to what the rationale is for why so much time is needed, I'm all ears. But I don't understand that part. Secondly, I do not understand why we need to strike a brand new Select Standing Committee to do this work. I will remind the members of this House that there are a series of Select Standing Committees that are routinely populated with members of this place, representation from all parties. This is one of the first orders of business that's done on the front end of a brand new Parliament. February 8th, 2023, a motion was moved and adopted by this chamber. It's always routinely brought forward by the government House Leader of the day that populates a series of committees. There's a Select Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs. It never meets. There's a Select Standing Committee on Agriculture, Fish and Food. It never meets. There's one on the agriculture, fish, and food one. To be fair on that, is going to meet with a limited mandate in the upcoming days. The Select Standing Committee on Children and Youth does meet. There's one on Crown Corporations. Don't believe that one meets. There's one on education. Don't think that one meets on a regular basis. The Finance and Government Services Select Standing Committee does meet. That's probably the most one of the top 2 or 3 most active committees. There's one on health. It met recently and did some very important work related to the overdose crisis. There's one on public accounts. That's the one that's actually the only one that's chaired by the finance critic for the official opposition. All the others are chaired by government members. That one meets regularly. There's 2 other committees, though, that don't meet very often. One is our Select Standing Committee on Legislative Initiatives. The other is the Select Standing Committee on, and listen carefully, Parliamentary Reform, Ethical Conduct, Standing Orders, and Private Bills. Why is that committee, which has already it's already got a convener, a member from Richmond, and it's got members from all the parties already populated on that committee? Why is that committee not just simply being stood up? We've already approved the committee existing in this House. We've already approved the membership in this House. Why is that committee not the one that is going to be charged with the mandate of looking into improvements to private members' time? Could it be that this new committee that is provided for this motion 18, this Select Standing Committee to review private members' business with a very narrow mandate in doing such, it will provide the chair of that committee with a compensation, additional compensation of $17,000 to do the chair, be the chair of this work? Is it because the government needed something else to bring in front of this House in the afternoon of Thursday, the 23rd of February, with a couple days, presumably, worth of time that needs to be killed before we get to the budget, because the government doesn't seem to have been that successful at bringing forward any substantive legislation for us to focus on. But I'd really like to understand the rationale for creating this entirely new Select Standing Committee when there's already one that is called the Select Standing Committee on Parliamentary Reform. I think that's any changes we make to the private member time, private member bills, would be considered parliamentary reform. It also deals with ethical conduct, standing orders, and private bills. I'd like an explanation for that. Hopefully, we will get one. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, it's I say all of that against a backdrop of some cynicism that I also have, that I want to make very clear this afternoon in my remarks. I hope I am forgiven for being cynical. That here we are, almost 30% of the way through the spring session. Like when we rise and leave this place, and hopefully it's not early like it was last Thursday, but when we rise and leave from this place today, we will have finished 3 weeks of an 11-week session, having substantially completed nothing. We have listened to government members ad nauseum for days now, including earlier today, before lunch. Ad nauseum, yes, ad nauseum. Listen to government members filibuster their own bills. Housekeeping bills. Bills that have no significant impact or consequence to the daily lives of British Columbians. One of the bills is a one-sentence bill. How is it possible that we are 3 weeks into an 11-week session and this robust agenda that the Premier, Mr. Man of Action, his 100 Days of Action, which, by the way, is coming up on on Sunday. You know, that's, the government members can bang their desks on that. That's pathetic. That is absolutely pathetic. It's as pathetic as the lack of substance that we've actually had to deal with for the first 3 weeks. The lack of substance. There's been nothing of substance that we've actually dealt with. This, and so again, it's hard not to be cynical that when there's a select standing committee that already is charged with the responsibility of dealing with parliamentary reform, that instead of just standing up this committee and charging it with the work to go and do, that instead we're going to spend the rest of today, and I predict most, if not all, of Monday afternoon when we're here, listening to eloquent speeches from the members of government who are going to talk about the importance of democracy, and they're going to talk about the need for enhancing how this place works, how we can make it work better. We're going to talk about how we can better honor private members in the time that they have in this place, against the backdrop of some of the most egregious and almost contemptible time wasting that this chamber has seen in a long time. We're 3 weeks into an 11-week session, having accomplished nothing in this place. Not a single bill of substance has been brought forward. And how ironic is it that we are here today talking about standing up a select standing committee to look at parliamentary reform in the context of private members' time, when at any point in the previous couple weeks, with all of the filibustering of government members talking to themselves, it got so bad that we told our members, you know what, you can just stay in your offices, we'll have a couple of people in the house, we're not going to force you to, it's like sticking a fork in your eye, listening to the same drivel over and over and over again. Against that backdrop, here we are today. We're going to enhance how private members' time works. At any point this week, at any point last week, the government could have called any one of the private member bills which are on the order paper. There's a whole bunch of them. We could have actually used it. In fact, we could be talking about a private member's bill, an actual private member's bill right now. We could be dealing with the Equal Pay Reporting Act that the member from Kelowna Mission has brought forward. The Wildlife Amendment Act, the member from Saanich North of the Islands, my Green friend. We could be dealing with a private member's bill that a member of government has actually brought forward. The member from Courtenay Comox has a bill on the order paper. At any point in the last couple weeks, we could have actually watched the government bring forward a call for debate, a private member's bill. And instead, we had to listen to a filibuster speech after filibuster speech after filibuster speech on Bill 7, and then Bill 8, and then Bill 7 again, one-line bills, housekeeping, deal with, in one case, a very minor change about who appoints a certain, board member to a certain organization. Ridiculous. And I know that there are a whole bunch of members on the government side that are actually embarrassed about this. And I know that because several have said to me in the halls of this place that they're embarrassed about this. That they're embarrassed that they're coming in here with the new Premier's action-focused agenda, the man that was going to save the day on housing affordability that's never been worse in this province, or save the day on the healthcare crisis that's never been worse in this province, that we were going to see substantive solutions to the prescient problems and challenges that British Columbians face. Members of government have said they cannot believe where they are 3 weeks in to this 11-week session. Again, with this chamber having not accomplished anything. We have, as I've said, we have listened to members on the government side filibuster bill after bill after bill. They're talking to themselves. It's all housekeeping stuff. We've even said, as has our Green colleagues, we've even said, we have no objection to the legislation that's in front of us. Believe me, we looked at it and we're like, is there any way that this one sentence could be something that we should really take a stand on? Is there anything about this one sentence in this bill, the one sentence of the bill, that we've got to go and just take it to the government on this? It's absurd. So we've had to listen to that. We've had the reality of when we talk about sort of disrespect for how this place works, a government that's decided, for no good reason, to delay the budget by 2 weeks. That has real implications from a timing perspective. The general practice in this place is that you don't start the detailed budget estimates for 2 weeks after a budget is introduced. That's generally the practice of this place. When you look at the calendar and you look at where the stat holidays are, you realize with a budget coming down on February 28th, 2 weeks of required debate on the budget, it means unless the government actually takes a suggestion, follows up on a suggestion that the member from Saanich North and the Islands and I have proposed jointly, unless the government takes this up on our suggestion, we might not actually be into budget estimates, canvassing the line-by-line ministerial budgets of ministers until the last week of March.
That's unheard of.
Right, which would leave basically 5.5, 6 weeks of time to conduct budget estimates on the entire government, every ministry. That would be, by the way, over 100 hours less estimates time than what is normally the case. And I want to remind the members, everyone knows this, but the most important responsibility that every one of the 87 members has is to come to this place and to, whether you're on the government side or the opposition side, to conduct the important legislative business, first and foremost, is related to how public dollars are dealt with. The raising of public dollars and the spending of public dollars. That is the most important function in this place. That's one of the few confidence votes, is how the public's money is spent. We saw last session, so the new premier needed, for some unexplainable reason, he needed this House to be suspended for a week. The government ripped a week out of the calendar in the fall, ahead of the premier actually becoming the premier, so there was no good reason to do it. And guess what happened? The government imposed closure on a whole bunch of critical bills. So again, I'm making these comments against the backdrop of the motion 18 that's in front of us and this supposed newfound desire and warmth in their hearts on the government side to want to improve how this place works in the context of private members' time. But this is a government that imposed closure last fall. Now, for those out there watching, and there's probably a few people, not many, but closure is when a government decides to cut debate, to end debate on a bill. Last session, the government brought forward some of the most sweeping changes to health professions in this province, an over 600-clause bill. We were only able to get through about not even half of it, like maybe 220 some odd sections or clauses. Why? Because the government we ran out of legislative time after the government ripped a week out of the calendar. Now we've got doctors and nurse practitioners and chiropractors and you name it, people in healthcare, traditional or otherwise, who are saying, whoa, when did this happen? When did my profession and how we govern ourselves get so substantially changed? And we said, well, We couldn't even ask questions about 400 clauses of that bill. It did pass, it's law. We voted against it in the official opposition. We're the only ones that did. Or how about the sweeping changes brought forward to strata legislation? That bill was also subject to closure, meaning no more debates at a certain hour on a certain day, done. We weren't even halfway through that bill. There was another housing bill. And it's a pattern with the government because the session before the fall session, so last spring, like a year ago, the government brought forward huge changes to the forestry policy in this province. 2 bills, some of the most substantive changes we've ever seen in forest policy in a long time. They brought these bills forward with only days left to actually work our way through properly scrutinizing those bills and asking tough questions, which again is the role of the opposition. The government dumps the bills on this chamber with virtually no time left to debate them, and they impose closure days later.
Member, I would ask that you bring the relevance to motion 18.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. I would suggest that the relevance is a government that is bringing forward motion 18 that is about reforming how private members' time works. And we're going to hear about how important that is. And I think it's very relevant to actually highlight how much disdain this government actually has for this place. So I've mentioned the lateness of the budget. There's no rational explanation for that. I've mentioned the estimates are being truncated. I've mentioned all the time that's been wasted. We could have been talking about this private member stuff yesterday. We could have talked about it on Tuesday. We could have talked about it last week. We could actually be debating private members' bills, which are actually on the order paper. Instead, we're doing this today after listening to the government filibuster themselves on all of that other legislation. And I'll tie it back to closure. I sure hope that we don't find ourselves as legislators in the last week or two of this session, the last days, I should say, with substantive pieces of legislation sitting in front of this House without adequate time to actually debate that legislation. The government has said, they said at the beginning of the session that there was about 24, a couple dozen pieces of legislation. Well, we're through 6 or 7 housekeeping pieces of legislation, so presumably there's another 15-ish pieces of legislation that the government intends to bring forward. If those are truly substantive, and we keep hearing Premier's the man of action, so let's see what he's got for us. If those are substantive, God help this government if they bring forward that legislation and don't allow enough time in this chamber to actually properly debate it, which has been their practice. Which has been their practice in the last, in these 6 years, and certainly it's been ramping up and getting worse in the last couple sessions. Madam Speaker, to sum up, I just really cannot believe the audacity of this government to, bring this forward today against the backdrop of the first 3 weeks of this session being practically wasted from a time perspective. All the filibustering we've seen, ministers not showing up at the right place at the right time. We've just had, has been such a degradation of the professionalism in this place and the ability for us to actually be here to be canvassing, the issues and challenges that are really important to British Columbians. So now we're gonna listen to speeches from all sides on this matter. That's presumably going to take us through, this motion will take us through today. As I said at the outset of my comments, bring us into Monday. Government didn't introduce any new bills today, so there's nothing else on the order paper, nothing else. So presumably we're going to be talking about this motion on Monday. At some point, the government will probably flip over to committee stage on the one bill that's ready to go to committee. I'm not sure why we're not doing that before this, but again, That's the government decision. But we're going to watch the filibustering on the government side on this carry right through until the budget on Tuesday. And by that point, we will be well past 1/3 of session time, having been, kind of blown away without anything substantive to show for it. And Mr. Speaker, that I think is completely and totally irresponsible, and it's unacceptable. And as I said in a media avail the other day with my friend from the Green Party, it's time for this government to get its act together.
Member, recognizing, I'm sorry, I see the member for North
Yes.
Vancouver Seymour first. North Vancouver Seymour?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate having the time to make an introduction. I have a group
Does the
of...
member seek leave to make an introduction?
Oh, I seek leave. My apologies. I
is
seek
leave
to
granted?
make an introduction.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I have a group of students from Lionsgate Christian Academy, which is within the North Van Seymour riding. They are grade 10 students, and they are having a tour of the building, and they've also had the opportunity to sit and hear some of the debate that's going on in our chamber, for which I hope that they have found interesting. With us today, we have 8 students and 2 chaperones, which sounds like a good ratio to me. Sorry? Linda Curry and Brian Chan are the 2 chaperones who are making sure that the kids are safe while they're here. And we have Ezra, Abraham, Jaden, Shirley, Clara, Joy, Jesse, and David with us today. And I'd like the House, if you would, to make them all feel...
Thank you, member. Recognizing the third-party House Leader, member for Saanich North and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to motion 18. What's it called? Motion about private members' bills and use of private members' time in the House. And I guess I'd just like to start by saying that I'm grateful for this opportunity to have this discussion. It's been, I think, an important part of the work in our caucus over the last number of months. As has been mentioned, there's been quite a bit of work that's been done on private members' bills and the use of private members' time. Definitely since the 2020 election, that work started to ramp up. I think it's important to frame this in the context from the third party caucus's perspective, in that we believe in the good functioning of our democratic institution and our democracy. It's not, wouldn't be surprised to any British Columbians that we are strong advocates of democratic reform when it comes to proportional representation. We were saddened that the opportunity passed us by to reform how the members are elected to this House and how this House can better reflect the will of the people. However, we weren't, while we might have been disappointed, we recognize that British Columbians, through the process that was provided, spoke. And so we remain committed to good democratic reform, to ensure good democratic function of this legislative assembly. And so recognizing that the conversation around proportional representation has been had recently, we looked to some of the other ways that we can reform the operations of this institution. And it became very clear the imbalance that the way members are elected in here imbalances the power from the actual percentage of votes that people get in this House. And so we looked to some of the tools that are available, or that should be available to the members of this legislative assembly, simply recognizing that no matter what party you're from, whether you're from the governing party, the official opposition, the third party, or even if you are an independent member, you should have access to the tools of an elected representative. Indeed, when people go to the polls on election day, they have no idea how
those. I mean, we have polling. We can, I guess, get an understanding generally of what might happen on Election Day. But certainly when people go and cast their ballot for the person that they would like to represent them, I think they have an expectation that that member is going to be able to come into this legislative assembly and have access to the tools to propose ideas, have them debated, and then have them voted on. And currently, that's not what's happening in British Columbia. And so we began to take a look at some of those things. And I just want to, I think, pause and note the work from our legislative manager, Laura Ferreira, the work that she's done in preparing us and having the conversation with the official opposition House leaders, the government House leaders that we've been talking to. I and my colleague from Cowichan Valley have had incredible support in organizing and doing a jurisdictional scan and organizing the information so that we can be here today and have any number amounts of pieces of paper in front of us to select from as this speech unfolds. So there has been over the last number of sessions, couple of sessions, a concern that I've raised with respect to the management of this assembly, to the flow of how the debate unfolds and occurs. And as the House Leader from the official opposition mentioned, we stood together to ask the government to better manage this legislative assembly, to ensure that the actions of this place are not undermining the strength of our democracy. Because our democracy is more than just asking voters to go to the polls once every 4 years or once every number of years. The governing party, the party with the majority of the votes, majority of the seats, I should say, that's part of the problem. It's not necessarily the majority of the votes. But anyways, we'll get back to that some other debates at another time. We should make sure that we are protecting how the institution, our democratic institution, functions. The question was asked, if the House leaders of the opposition parties are raising these concerns, is this inside baseball? What does it even matter anyways? Does it matter whether or not the House is being managed well or not being managed well? And I would say that it absolutely does matter. It totally matters. The reality of our democracy is that the protocols and the processes that have evolved over generations in this House have evolved in order to ensure that bills get the proper kind of debate and scrutiny, that they're legal, and that the public knows and understands what laws their elected representatives are passing. The way that this House has operated ensures that the budget, the way this House is spending the public's money, is also getting sufficient amount of debate. So I would challenge the very question that, because it seems like too difficult to explain to British Columbians how the mismanagement of the Legislative Assembly is affecting the business of this House, that very question is actually quite scary to me. It is demonstrating how disconnected the public have become from the very institutions that we celebrate. And as we stood and responded to a ministerial statement earlier today about the impacts that an autocratic regime can have, we need to not just be standing up irregularly and protecting our democracy. We need to be doing it on a daily basis. Indeed, the people of British Columbia rely on their elected officials to stand up and protect democracy every single day. And in no way am I suggesting that we are in any way close to a regime that has started an illegal war. What I am suggesting is that we need to nurture our democracy daily in here. We need to call out when advantage is being taken in an unequitable and unfair manner. And so I would say that the reason why we are so supportive of reforming private members' time is so that the majority members of this legislative assembly, the members who are not members of the cabinet, of the executive, have access to the tools that their constituents, whether you're on any side of the House, expect their elected representative to have. Otherwise, what we're asking is for our constituents to simply guess the result of an election. We're simply saying that the only members in this institution that should have any power at all are the members that are fortunate enough to have a majority of the seats. And in our current system, that doesn't even necessarily mean that you are required to have the majority of the votes. So this has been an initiative that has been worked up for quite some time. It's an initiative that the current opposition House Leader and I brought to the former government House Leader. The conversation was accepted, and there were commitments that we were going to be advancing the conversation and that a proposal was going to be brought. The government had a change in leadership, had a change in the House leadership on the government side, and up until this week, we were told that while the government was interested in this conversation, that carving out time to have this debate was going to be challenging. We are now having this debate, and I recognize the frustration. It has been a frustrating process. Are we having the debate? Are we not having the debate? Is this a serious debate? Is it not a serious debate? But I'm happy that we are here, and I'm happy that we're going to hear members of the governing party stand up and support transformation in this regard. I also, I think, want to highlight something that my colleague said, the House Leader of the official opposition, with respect to the committee that is being formed to have this. In the scan that has the options paper that has been drafted for us, it is noted that in order for any of this to happen, the standing orders are going to have to be amended in the House. The standing orders are the rules by which that govern the operation of this place. And so it is curious to me that we would be creating a special committee to take a look at this issue when we have a committee of parliamentary reform already existing. It's called the Select Standing Committee for Parliamentary Reform, and it also deals with the standing orders, meaning there's an opportunity to have the committee that's going to have to make the recommendation to do the work to make the changes also be the committee that is doing the parliamentary reform side of this discussion. In other words, I'm not sure why we need to create an extra committee. We already have a committee. The committee sat last session to deal with a private bill, which is maybe confusing for the public, different than private members' bills. But nonetheless, that committee sits, it has members to it, it has a chair already, and it's available to us. So I just ask the question, why is it that we feel the need to create a special committee to do work that a select standing committee is already prepared to do? I think it further highlights some of the challenges that we've been articulating around the management of the various aspects of this legislative assembly. There has been a considerable amount of work that's been done on the technical work that's been done on this. We've got a jurisdictional scan. And the jurisdictional scan, a colleague from Powell River Sunshine Coast earlier today went through in some detail how all of the rest of the democratically elected assemblies across the country deal with the private members' business that happens. Basically, private members' bills, private members' motions, and private member statements. A couple of hours each week, Monday mornings, are dedicated to this business. Unfortunately, when it comes to the way private members' business is currently handled, even though there seems to be a debate on private members' motions that come forward on Monday morning, there's never a way to vote on them. And it might, as a member of this House, the thing that I recognize is that it really is beneficial to government to not have to vote on some of the motions that are put. And really it comes down to, I think, over decades, the desire for the governing party to fully control the legislative agenda, to fully control what's voted on and what's not voted on. To the point where I think that there was a proposal that was made back in 2013, 2014 sometime around the requirement of footwear for women in restaurants. And my former colleague proposed a private members bill for it. And instead of debating and voting on the private members bill, it was brought in by government. A new bill was brought in by government to make the change. And this was before we as private members had access to legislative drafters. And so that's a nuance that I think is important. And in a moment, to just veer off course a little bit here, I think it's important to acknowledge that in 2017, the Attorney General at the time, now the Premier of the province, granted access to the legislative drafters to private members. And this was, I think, the first step in a very slow and plodding track that we're on to maybe eventually being able to debate private members' bills. One of the concerns that happened in the past was that the private members' bills or amendments were not drafted and were not scrutinized by the legal drafters. So they were not going to pass the very basic test necessarily of them being legal in the sense that, does this cause any problems for other legislation elsewhere, other references to maybe what's being changed. With the access of private members to legislative drafters, that problem was solved. And the private members' bills that we've crafted and that are currently on the order papers, I have 3 of them. I have a private member bill to protect bear dens. I have a private members bill to deal with solitary confinement. And I have a private members bill right now to address concerns that have been raised by the public and by the Information and Privacy Commissioner around fees for FOI. I suspect that there's lesser problems with the solitary confinement and the bear dens. I am assuming that the government doesn't agree with me on the FOI legislation that I've proposed. However, I think the reality of those 3 bills, whether we agree on the content or not, is what happens in this place a lot: agreement and disagreement on the content. Government can be certain, though, because our own legislative drafting team wrote the content, that at the very least it's not going to have be in conflict from a legal perspective. So currently there is, as was mentioned previously, there is a pathway to debate private members' bills, but it requires the agreement of the government House Leader to call it. And so there does lack a freedom for a member to be able to propose a bill that may not necessarily be a bill that the government would pass and have it debated and have it voted on. Have the government be forced to take a position on something. And we've seen, I think, 2 examples of that over the last few years where after a long and drawn-out negotiation that finally a private member's bill was able to be debated and passed. And we celebrated that as a unique occurrence. I don't think that we should be too celebratory for such a unique occurrence where one private member's bill over decades is passed. I think that that is actually an admission to the failure of this democratic institution to provide fair and equitable access to all the members who get elected here in exactly the same way, who sign on to a political party or run as an independent, who work very hard during the election, the writ period, are able to achieve enough votes to be the member that gets first past the post, and then take their oath to then sit in a seat here. Each and every one of us have achieved, at the very least, that. And I think that what we should be creating in this institution is accessibility to all of the tools to propose and debate ideas. And indeed, the former premier talked about often about how good ideas don't only come from the governing side of the House. Indeed, I'm pretty certain that the former premier thought that he had great ideas when he sat on this side of the House as well, and that was probably what was informing the understanding that there are good ideas everywhere. And indeed, when we sit together in committees, this is where, the public don't pay much attention to the committees, I suspect, but when they do, I think that they would be much more encouraged than if they just watched question period, as an example. Because the work that happens in committees has always been, for me, the most productive, the most collaborative, the most positive work that happens in here. The partisan robes kind of get shed. You then get tasked with a common purpose, and you go to work to try to find an outcome that you can agree on. As was mentioned earlier, the several legislative assemblies across this country work on a consensus basis. They're not burdened by the partisan gamesmanship, the sport of partisan politics that happens in this place. They're much more focused on finding a space that they can all agree, looking for common ground and beginning to build strong relationships off of that common ground. And that's what happens when you have a consensus-based decision-making body. That's the way our committees are supposed to work. In fact, that's the way our committees work the best. That's where I've built some of the strongest relationships that I have in this House. This is where I found respect for people that I didn't even know existed until we sat in those meetings and we had those discussions. That is where I've seen people go from being opposition to being collaborators. That happens in the Douglas Fir room, that happens in the other tree-named rooms in this House. Not the cedar room, but the Douglas Fir, the maple, the oak, the birch, the hemlock, yeah. That doesn't happen enough in this House. And I think that it's a shame that that when you get into this big room with the bright lights, that collaborative, consensus-driven decision-making, relationship-building gets traded for the back and forth of partisan gamespersonship. So I have a lot of feelings. Many of them have been stated very clearly about the impact and the degradation of our democracy when this institution is not well managed, when bills don't go through good debate process, when clauses are left with questions unanswered, when the public is unclear about what the intention of it is, even when the courts are unclear about what the intention was behind it and the questions are asked if the legislation is ever scrutinized at that level. I've been vociferous about the challenge that I have with the mismanagement of this institution and the fear that I have if mismanagement of this institution is both trivialized and viewed as being unimportant. However, today I'm going to momentarily set that aside, and as the House Leader of the third party, I'm going to continue to demand that this institution be well managed, that the public be given the opportunity to understand what it is their elected representatives are actually debating, that the public be able to demand and get answers to questions that are valid, that we don't leave gaps here for a vacuum of information where then the public can fill it in with whatever it is or that they feel it means. That's dangerous. So I'm going to continue to be a critic of that. That's the role that I play. I'm going to continue to demand that large pieces of legislation that require more scrutiny be given more time in the public to have that scrutiny happen. I'm going to encourage the government House Leader to table legislation for exposure, to be able to give the public time, to be able to give the rest of the MLAs time to go out into the public and hear from their constituents how they feel about changes in law. I'm going to set that aside. And I'm going to celebrate the fact that there's been 18 months of good work done by the House leaders, a variety of House leaders now as it is, including my colleague from Cowichan Valley, my colleagues from the Kamloopses, both of them, North and South Thompson, the Solicitor General, and now the Minister of Housing and the now government House Leader, to have this debate. I'm encouraged that my colleagues from the governing party are going to stand up over and over and over again and support reform in all of the areas that I've talked about, that we've talked about. That's encouraging. What that's doing is it's building momentum behind a more fair, a more equitable House that is open to all members who get here the same way. I think that's pretty cool, and I think that I'll return to being critical of House management as soon as I sit down. But for this moment, I just want to, I think, raise my hands to the government House Leader for giving us this opportunity to get this on the record, to get government members on the record, and to continue to build momentum that indeed has been building in a very cross-partisan way. And I think that the people of BC should see this as something to celebrate. The complaint that they had, that the partisanship in this House overtakes all. This has been good work done by people who set aside differences of opinion to look about how they can improve the functioning of this democracy and to make it more effective, to make it more representative, to make it more fair, and to make it more equitable. That should be celebrated. And now back to the regular business of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the independent member for Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the opportunity to go to this. And I want to start actually by thanking government for bringing forward on this motion. I find it interesting, and people at home may be curious about what they're hearing in terms of this debate. And I think to really understand it, you should maybe consider the words of Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell is an African-American who grew up in poverty, became well-educated, one of the most celebrated economists in the States, taught at Harvard, and has got a beautiful way with words. And what he said was, to understand politics, you have to understand that the number one priority of a politician is to get elected. And the number two priority of a politician is to get reelected. Every other priority is way down the list. And so when you think about the speech you just heard from the official opposition side and the speech that was heard from the Green Party member, and I thank them for their comments in terms of this, think about it in the context of why they made those speeches. And the outrage that's being expressed by the official opposition in terms of the way the House is managed, and with rightly so. There is some good criticism that can be raised there. Except when you look at the actions, because the practices that have been done on either side have been the same, whether they were in government or whether they're in opposition. And last Thursday, as a prime example, last Thursday the government put forward this motion for debate. But because it wasn't given notice, the official opposition denied the ability to actually have this debate in the legislature because they chose to try to embarrass government because of the lack of legislation that was on the agenda, as opposed to debating how we actually move forward with private member bills. So government has done the work, they put it on here, now they've given an opportunity for us to debate that, and I'm thankful that they have done that in terms of how we move forward with private member bills and parliamentary reform on this. I agree with the House Leader of the Green Party in the perspective that maybe this could have been done through an existing committee, maybe this doesn't have to be done through a special committee. Hopefully there'll be an answer with regards to that. But regardless of that, Mr. Speaker, the issue we're debating here is a needed issue. But unfortunately, my experience both within government and in opposition has been that these committees more often than not are make-work committees. They tend to go through, they tend to do all this work, they bring people together, they do all this stuff, report comes forward, and often a lot of that work doesn't get implemented in the legislature. And I've had the honor, I think, of chairing or deputy chairing more committees than I think any other MLA has, that certainly in the legislature today, but perhaps even in the legislature's history over the time that I've had the honor of serving my riding of Nechako Lakes. So I'm hopeful that there may be a process that comes out of this. There might actually be some change in terms of how things get done. But I guess you could say I'm a little skeptical, simply because I've been in government and I've seen how government agendas work. I've been in opposition and I've seen how opposition agendas work. And I'll just give you a prime example. Last fall, Bill 36, the House Leader for the opposition stood up and said, we're the only ones to oppose it. Well, that's not true. Sorry, I voted against it. So obviously they weren't the only ones that voted against Bill 36. But what's worse, Mr. Speaker, is the complaint was they didn't have time to debate it. And yes, there was a jam in terms of how government moved that thing forward. But remember what Thomas Sowell said. The number one goal is to get elected, number two goal is to get re-elected. And making the government look bad is one of those objectives. So what happened? There was the type of legislation that we have seen move forward so far in the first couple of weeks of this session, which were not contentious, which didn't require a lot of debate, hour after hour of debate spent on it to jam the time to not allow enough time to be able to debate the more important bills. And I have to admit, I was part of the opposition in previous years, and that was an objective. That was a goal. That was what you do. And you know what? When the governing party was over in opposition, that's what they did. Because it's about politics, not necessarily about doing the right thing. So my hope is, through the debate on this, which, quite frankly, I don't know why we're debating. It's quite simple and straightforward. It should only take a few minutes to debate on any side in terms of this. But I'm hoping that maybe there is a ray of light, that the way things are done in the legislature could actually change, particularly for private members' bills. Because I think as everybody that comes in here that gets elected has different ideas, has different things that they want to present. Some parties choose to try to muzzle their members in terms of what they can say, and that's fine. That's their choice in terms of how they do it. But as a representative, you bring forward your ideas, you bring it forward, you hope to be able to move forward a bill, you hope to be able to have a process, and maybe now through this, there will be a window. But that also means that government has to give up a chunk of their control. And what Thomas Sowell said still runs very, very true for government. They don't necessarily want the agenda to be going elsewhere because they want to be able to control it for the simple reason, get elected or get re-elected. But maybe there's a window that can be created in this legislature to actually be able to focus on trying to get some things done that are important for members, individual members, collectively members, to be able to move forward a piece of legislation and be able to make at least a few hours of the legislature function for the people and the people that we represent. Not saying that, the process of moving forward bills in government and opposition doesn't do that. But what I'm saying is that there's an opportunity for individuals, for private members to be able to maybe do something a little more meaningful than waste hours and hours debating a motion, quite frankly, that's going to pass and move forward anyway. But we all want to just be puffed up and be able to say our things so that we can try to embarrass the government or the opposition or whatever the case may be. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, much of this legislature is about theatre. It's about show. It's about what Thomas Sowell said, how to get elected and re-elected. So let's hope that this motion can lead to a little bit of sanity in a process that we can move forward and actually be able to have some good, honest debate about moving forward ideas that people bring forward. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I won't bother filibustering and moving forward like many other members have in this legislature. I just want to thank government for moving forward this bill and express the fact that I certainly will be supporting this piece of motion, and I'm hopeful or optimistic that it may actually lead to some success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Honourable Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to make some remarks this afternoon. I'm going to begin by simply responding very briefly to several comments made by the previous speaker. I would just point out the contrast between the comments of the Green Party, the House Leader for the Green Party, about the value of committee work in this place. The member from Nechako referred to it as make work. I would just like to say that as someone who was part of the Standing Committee on Health that talked about the opioid crisis and the deaths in British Columbia, I found that anything but make work. It was devastatingly difficult. It was a learning experience. I moved on my journey of understanding, and we had differences of opinion in that committee. But we had a multi-party approach to dealing with one of the most difficult issues facing British Columbia. To call that make work is disrespectful at best. And I would also note that the House Leader for the Green Party talked about the relationships that are built, which is why this kind of motion, the motion being made today by government, is an important one. Because many people don't see the work of committees. And what happens is you have to grapple in a room with issues that matter to everyone in that room. And they may approach them differently, but we learn to work with one another in a way that many British Columbians want to see but do not see. And so I found those comments incredibly disrespectful to the work of committees who do very substantive work. And I know that I was personally impacted by the work of the Health Committee, and I know other members on that committee felt exactly the same. And I also remember working on when we think about public accounts and what that process is like, Mr. Speaker. It calls for people to work together, to scrutinize and look at the financial expenditures of the government and of the province. And it calls us to set aside our partisan views and look at what really matters for British Columbians, how are dollars being expended. And I remember that's where I got to know the House Leader for the Green Party. And I remember him leaving one of those committee meetings and sending out a tweet one day, and he said, and I paraphrase, but basically, this is how work should be done. We work together. We work our way through issues. And I've always been grateful for that. It was an important reminder of the work that is done, and particularly in a very complex committee like Public Accounts. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to reiterate all of the concerns that have been expressed very capably by the opposition House Leader and also the House Leader for the Green Party. Obviously, we support efforts to reform the work that is done here in the legislature. And I say that as a long-serving member of this legislature. there are questions that I'm hoping that the government House Leader will come and answer to in relationship to this motion. And one of those, for example, is the length of time, Mr. Speaker. There is a long trajectory for this committee. And in essence, as has been expressed over and over, much of the work has been done. There has been literature reviews that we've looked at jurisdictions across the country. So a lot of the work has been done. But the other thing that does raise concerns is we do have standing committees that could actually do this work. And so here we go, creating a special committee, for what reason we're unclear. And I think it's important that if we're going to have some sense of confidence that this committee is actually going to work, that the government House Leader should lay out the rationale for the decisions that were made related to this motion brought to the House. And again, you know, we have said clearly, we agree that it needs to take place. We just want to know the details. And I think that's part of the process that takes place in this legislature. I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that talking about the management of time and effectiveness of this place is particularly ironic considering the last week that we've gone through here. And I can only say, as now a private member on the opposition bench, that it has been frustrating and disappointing, to say the least. You see, we're talking about making more effective use of private members' times. We're talking about looking at the business of private members. And we have spent an entire week in this legislature watching government members get up one after another and filibuster their own bills. And the disappointing part for me is that they have support of the members in this legislature. And what that should have done is either meant the government needed to have a more substantive agenda, or think about how radical it would have been to potentially call a private member's bill. That's what this motion today is about: effective use of private members' time and also private members' business. And instead, what we're doing is having a discussion this afternoon about reform in the context of dragging on housekeeping bills that routinely would be dealt with in minutes in this place. Minutes, not weeks, not days, not hours. We're talking about single sentences. And at the same time, we have on the order paper bills that would make a difference, that are in the public interest. But we didn't spend our time on that. We need to be spending our time on issues of substance, substantive issues that demand our time and our energy. And we know that British Columbians expect us to do better in this place. We've certainly heard a lot about that in the last couple of days. And I do agree that this is one way that we can look at a different approach to what's in the best interests of British Columbians. And one of the things that we've noticed over the last few days is, members on the government side standing up and being critical of opposition members for not getting up and speaking to two-clause bills. Well, I make no apology for that. We agreed to the bills. There is no controversy. We'll have questions at committee stage if we ever get there, but the bills are going to pass unless something happens during committee stage. So for there to be a conversation about who's getting up and why, it's because we're wasting time in this place. So forgive me, Mr. Speaker, if I'm more than a little skeptical of a motion that promises we're going to look at better use of private members' time, where we should begin with looking at better use of government management. Let me give an example, Mr. Speaker, because it's already been referenced several times by members here. The concern we have about managing this place and how we get the best outcomes and results is time management does matter, whether you're a private member or whether you're the government. And we only need to look back to the last session, when the government tabled one of the largest bills I have ever seen in this place, more than 600 clauses, and failed to provide the time needed to adequately debate and question the complex and technical bill. That matters. matters to me as an opposition critic. It matters to me as a private member. So when we talk about, Mr. Speaker, being more effective and more efficient, what happened? Closure. We have spent 3 weeks, and what I'm worried about is a repeat of what happened last time. Closure. Closure was invoked. We did not even get more than a third of the way through 600 clauses of technical, complex information. Then what happened? Well, the public suddenly realized, wow, something went on there, but I'm not sure what it was. And now there is all kinds of concern about that bill being rammed through this legislature. That is why time management matters. That's why results matter. That's why allowing private members to have time and to have the opportunities to question and critique. And here's the most disappointing part of that, Mr. Speaker. I've had people contact me to tell me that when asked why Bill 36 was rammed through the legislature, the explanation that several NDP MLAs have provided is that I dragged out the debate. And I can actually see one of them nodding. Let me be perfectly clear. There were over 600 clauses of complex technical information, and I am going to stand in this House every day that it takes.
Keep talking. That's all you do is just talk.
Members, we will have one member has the floor and is speaking about the motion that is in front of us. Others will get their chance.
And
Thank
if the
you.
government caucus chair would like to continue to mock my behavior, then he can continue to do that.
Members, let's focus on the debate. Let's stop the back and forth, please. Member for Prince George Valemount, let's just take a moment. Please, everyone, take a deep breath. We can get back to the motion at hand. I see the member for Powell River Sunshine Coast has a point of order, or member?
Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's appropriate for a member to attribute any particular behavior to an unknown motive. And if the member wants to point her fingers at everyone while she speaks about relevant issues, that's her prerogative.
Member, I asked if it was a point of order. I understand your point, but we're going to go back to the speaker so she can get back to her remarks. And if you don't want engagement, just let her have her remarks and we won't have a debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we should be clear that as a member of the opposition, we're going to continue to ask as many questions as it takes to have people understand the bills that are brought to this legislature. And if this NDP caucus decided that it is satisfactory to debate a 2-clause bill for an entire week, I would suggest that having ample time to discuss 600 clauses is probably an appropriate ask from the official opposition. Mr. Speaker, when MLAs get elected, they come here with the intention of representing their constituents. They want to improve the quality of life for people in their region, and they want to raise issues that matter, and they want to make a difference. And one of the ways, Mr. Speaker, they can do that is by creating a private member's bill. And that process is important because an MLA who is not a cabinet minister can introduce a bill that is of interest to the general public. That bill, when it's adopted, when the government has the will or desire to, it can be debated and adopted and made into law, or in some cases, can move the government to create their own bill that captures and addresses an issue raised in a private bill. In either case, MLAs can then see their work move forward, and British Columbians are better off because of it. It is long past the time that there is a meaningful process for that discussion. And in fact, so much homework has been done, which makes us wonder about the timing of this particular motion. Other jurisdictions, as have been pointed out, even by the caucus chair for the government side, are far more advanced and progressive on this idea. And that is what I hope the proposed committee will look at. The whole concept of listening to and working with private members on key issues has worked in this House, Mr. Speaker. An example of that would be Bill M233. It was a bill introduced by opposition MLA Andrew Weaver. It was called the Workers' Compensation Amendment Act of 2017, and it was intended to prevent employers from requiring employees to wear high-heeled shoes at work. The bill didn't need to get to second reading because it was immediately accepted by then Premier Christy Clark, and our government created a regulation that prevented employers from that requirement. The process worked, and it was better for British Columbians. There are so many good ideas that members work hard to bring to this place. Let's look at a few examples. Today alone, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues introduced 3 bills. There are others on the order paper, but today, obviously, the MLA for Peace River North reintroduced a private member's bill in this legislature urging the government to change the name of his riding. Why, Mr. Speaker? To better reflect its regional composition. The MLA for Delta South reintroduced a private member's bill in the legislature today to protect Brunswick Point farmland and bird habitat from future economic development. Today in this legislature, the opposition House Leader reintroduced a private member's bill that reflects the need to overhaul BC's disaster financial assistance program. Well, I don't know about the rest of the members in this House. Those all sound like pretty good and reasonable requests to me. Here are some that I simply cannot understand how year after year after year, these bills are simply left to die on the order paper. Our Shadow Minister for Gender Equity and Inclusion reintroduced the Equal Pay Reporting Act. What does that do, Mr. Speaker? It emphasizes the immediate need for equal pay for women in the workforce. How on earth is that not an issue that every single MLA in this legislature should embrace? But I can tell you, multiple years, we are still standing here asking for that to take place. And here's one that I literally sit in my chair here and just hope that someday someone on that side of the House is going to get up and say, let's just do it. That is the private member's bill that has been reintroduced by the MLA for West Vancouver Capilano. It is a private member's bill introduced for the second time to remove discriminatory covenants in land title documents and restrict people of color from purchasing or occupying land. The people of British Columbia, first of all, probably don't know it exists, the vast majority of them, that problem. We could fix that today. We could have fixed it this last week. We could have dealt with what is discriminatory in British Columbia. The process exists today. But no, instead, we have listened over and over and over again to MLAs literally talking about 2 sentences for days and hours. While sitting on the order paper, we have a bill that would remove discriminatory covenants. I think we should all be embarrassed by the fact that we couldn't get meaningful business done. Even if the government didn't have legislation ready, private members did. They could have been dealt with. And I want to just, Mr. Speaker, highlight one other that I admit is personal in nature. But I will, very shortly, thank you to the House Leader, the Opposition House Leader, reintroduce again, since 2018, I might add, it's 2023, it's 2018, a bill that would deal with public access to defibrillators. And the thing that I find incredulous is that we had a luncheon the other day with the Heart and Stroke Organization. And what did they say would make a difference in British Columbia? What would save lives in this province? Everyone in this House was there, all three parties, not every member, but representatives from all three parties, nodding their heads. Good idea. Let's make it happen. Let's save lives. Let's put defibrillators and talk about CPR. Well, since 2018, I have been trying to make a difference for British Columbians in the public interest, because we know sudden cardiac arrest can happen to anyone. It could happen here. And I'd be interesting for people to know that we do have defibrillators here. Trying to get access to one would be another question, but I have looked at that. My point is this, that we go to luncheons and we agree that it's in the public interest to make a difference, whether it's getting rid of discriminatory covenants or whether it's putting defibrillators in public spaces. And then we come here. And instead of actually grappling with those issues, what do? We talk about a two-clause bill for 3 days. No wonder British Columbians lose faith and wonder what's going on. And Mr. Speaker, I know that you will forgive me for momentarily, and it's not a simple thing as a private member to bring forward a private member's bill, or to bring forward a motion, or to bring an issue that matters to your constituents or to British Columbians to this place. In fact, it takes a lot of work. It takes drafting and reviewing and researching and checking out what's going on in other jurisdictions. And that is a private member doing their homework. I managed to get my bill drafted and on the order paper, and yet we have a government that hasn't been able to figure out how to get a bill on the order paper for the last week. And that is why British Columbians are critical of what happens here. There's lots of discussion about how to improve things in this place, and I am really proud of, my colleagues and members of the Green Party, for example, and previous House leaders who have sat down and said, we need to make these changes a year ago. And here we are now, all afternoon and who knows how many more days talking about this. Of course it's time that we make changes in this place. Reform is long overdue in British Columbia. Here's what the new Premier added to mandate letters to every single minister in this House. And I quote, British Columbians expect their elected representatives to work together to advance public good. This means seeking out, fostering, and championing good ideas regardless of their origin. I expect you to reach out to elected members from all parties as you deliver on your mandate, end quote. Now, if that doesn't sound like a rationale for reform, I don't know what does. And what I hope is that reform starts on the ground. When we are dealing with issues in constituencies that we represent and we know well, that discussion should be taking place at the constituency level, on the ground, talking to one another about how to make progress. Hopefully those aren't hollow words, because that would make a difference. And yet we've witnessed very little, if any, of that since the new Premier took his seat in this chamber. We have an opportunity ahead of us, Madam Speaker, to look at the way that this House operates. And one of the things I do know, as passionate as people are in this legislature, and yes, there's a lot of passionate debate at times, but I do know this, that every person who's elected to this place comes here with the intent of representing their constituents well. They want to come here and do meaningful things. And looking at how private members, because let's face it, as the number of seats in this place grows, the number of private members are going to grow too, because you can't have a cabinet that includes everybody in this place. Why would we not embrace the opportunity to make work meaningful? And I can say this, Madam Speaker. This past weekend, many of us, well, all of us, most of us, had to leave home on Family Day to come here to do work. And that's hard. We want to be at home. We want to be with families. We want to be in our constituencies. But no, we came here to work. And we came here to do meaningful work. And in fact, many of us who live hundreds of kilometers away from this place came through winter storms, windstorms, you name it, because we care about what goes on here. But British Columbians want to see the results of that work. And all they've seen this week is a lack of substantive debate on issues that are minor in nature and hours of discussion about those issues while British Columbians just try to get through every day. So, Madam Speaker, I am hopeful that as we talk about this in a meaningful way, that first of all, we will have the government House Leader come back and speak to the issues around timing. Why is it going to take so long? Secondly, why do we need a new committee? Another committee, more taxpayer dollars, the list goes on. Why do we need that to be the case? And I think it's important that the government actually provides those answers. Maybe some of their MLAs will actually speak to that in their remarks. The work has been done. The will, on behalf of all of the members of the House, is there to make a difference. We have a chance to do that and demonstrate to British Columbians that when they send their elected representative to this place, that MLA will have the opportunity to bring things that matter, whether it's changing the name of their electoral riding, whether it's protecting a sensitive environmental area, whether it's getting rid of discriminatory covenants, or whether it's putting a life-saving AED in a building in a community, that there will be an opportunity for a meaningful debate about that in this legislature. I thank you for your time, the time this afternoon, Madam Speaker, and we'll certainly look forward to hearing the response from government. But as my House Leader and our team has said, we support a move to make a difference in this place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Surrey Panorama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure, as always, to be able to stand up in this House and debate the business of the people, for the people. And we are here today to debate a motion that will establish a committee. But let me just make a bit of a preamble, Madam Speaker. Our democratic institution here is modelled on the British parliamentarian system. And I have had experience at a number of different levels, and definitely I'm very, very familiar with the way the system worked in England. But that's not what I'm going to talk about today. But coming into this House, what surprised me was the private member's time, a block of time on Monday morning. But that's how this Parliament, this is part of the heritage of this Parliament, that's how it has operated. But I can say, Madam Speaker, before I get on to the substance of the motion, that we've heard a number of speakers today. And I always appreciate any questions that the opposition or anybody else has to ask, and they have a right to ask those. But in the same way, Madam Speaker, there has to be that mutual respect that there are other members who may want to stand up and speak to a motion that may only be 3-word change, but as I've said before, 1 comma in the wrong place, 1 word can alter legislation irreparably. So to me, I really want to say that I absolutely value and respect the right of every person, no matter where they sit in this House, within the guidelines and the time permitted, to be able to ask questions, to be able to make comment, and to be able to stand up and speak. And my respect for those who have stood up in the last few days to speak on motions that they felt were important. Legislation that through debate could be seen that was necessary, legislation that was going to make an impact, that was requested in many cases, the technical changes that we made yesterday. All of those things happened and took place. And members in this House had the right to speak, but they also had the right not to speak. And that's the beauty of this place. So just a reminder to all of us that just when we want to speak isn't the only important time, there is also time for others as well. And as to the establishment of a committee to look at the effectiveness and maybe make some changes to the Monday morning private members' time, I'm fully in support of that. I'm supporting a committee being struck. I'm supporting the parameters that have been laid out for the committee. And I'm going to leave it up to the judgment of the committee as to how long they're going to take to do the work. Now, it says the report to the House by October the 5th. But if the committee should happen to get the work done earlier, I'm sure they're not going to try to hide it from the rest of us and not bring it forward. So really, this is an all-party committee where people from the official opposition, members of government, members from the third party, are all going to be able to sit in a room and struggle with something that we all know needs fixing. I have heard it both from the official opposition and from the House leader for the third party that they have concerns. And obviously, the government has some concerns, and that's why this piece of this motion is here today to be debated. And I think when we take any steps to improve our democratic structures, to improve our democratic processes, and make that time that we have in these hallowed corridors and this hallowed hall, when we make them useful and help to focus in on them, then it serves British Columbians. And because of that, I think we need to take the time to take a look at Monday mornings and say, how should it be effectively used? Madam Speaker, I'm not going to take the time to canvass what happens in all the other provinces. At least three of the previous speakers have gone over and given us a bird's eye view. And we can see that it is not one size fits all. Almost every province or territory has a different way of dealing with the work of the members. And federally, the federal parliament has a totally different way of dealing with this, where private members' bills are part of routine business. And I'm hoping that when this committee looks at it, it will look at the jurisdictions across Canada, but will also look at federal jurisdictions outside of Canada. One thing I've learned is research is so much easier now since the internet appeared, and it would be so fascinating for this committee to take a look at how other jurisdictions outside of Canada actually make their democracy work. We may find things we like, and we may find, you know what we have is as faulty as it is maybe as good as it gets. But that will be a decision made by these members sitting in this room. But as a teacher, I would say, let's not narrow the net. Let's widen the net and get all the information we can from as many jurisdictions as we can, because as you might know, Madam Speaker, bringing about change to any institution, especially a parliamentary institution, is not an easy task. This committee, I would say, has been a long time coming. I've been hearing about the needs for changes to the private members' time at least since 2017. So now that it's here after all these years, and I'm sure there were cries before that as well, let us take the time to do this right. Because we're not going to get to go back to it over and over again, because institutions don't actually allow for that, nor do our systems. So I think when we are going to be taking a look at this at the committee level, it is going to be really, really important that the committee members don't just go on what kind of a scan was done by the previous members who, with all due respect, amazing work, thank you. You did that. But I know myself, if I was on that committee, I would want to scan for myself. I would want to go through the material. I would want to read it. I would want to find out what's happening in other jurisdictions. And sometimes just reading what is written isn't going to give you all the answers. I would say they have some Zoom calls with private members in other jurisdictions and ask them how they feel about what they have. Because just going with what's being written, it doesn't tell us whether it works or not. All it tells you is, yes, all these 10 provinces and the territories, they have a different system than us. Well, Madam Speaker, I could tell you that right now. So just knowing they have a different system is not going to give us the solution that will suit us. What we need to find out is how do the structures held by other provinces, territories, and other states or countries, how do they do their work and how effective is it? So that's why it's really important to talk to the backbenchers, to talk to government, to talk to opposition from those countries. And we have amazing avenues to do that through. The Commonwealth Parliamentarian Association, I'm sure they might have done some work on that already, but maybe not. But our committee members, I'm going to urge them to take the time not to just take a look at the words on paper, but see how those words are implemented. But when you look at our words on paper, Madam Speaker, it doesn't look bad either. If others were to look at it from the outside lens, and they'll say, oh yeah, their private members get 2 hours. But you and I have sat in that room, and we know that that 2 hours is just like, it goes like that. But also, I've often heard people say in this room, you know, there is no debate. Well, absolutely. And I'm not even sure we have debate during the private members' time. Those 5-minute segments, I never find those very satisfying. One person speaks, the other one responds, and you sit down. That's it. And sometimes listening to the 2 speakers, they might as well be talking on 2 different planets. And you say, okay, so what's the connection with what was said earlier? So for me, those are the kind of things I want the committee to grapple with. I want them to grapple with showing British Columbians that we are at work, not just with making 5-minute speeches, but that really we are using our time well. And I would love nothing more than to get more debate built into the institutions, into the different structures of this amazing institution. Because that debate, Madam Speaker, is what moves us to a better place at the end. When we can debate issues, and I mean issues, I don't mean hurling epithets or other things at each other. That doesn't help us. What I'm talking about is real debate based on the issues where we can agree to disagree and then walk away knowing that we put our point forward and we've done it respectfully. And we have listened to others, and we also feel that we have been heard. And I will agree with my previous colleague, is that she has a right to ask questions within the time parameters that exist. And I don't think anybody denies that. However, other members also have the right to stand up and speak. So since I've been here, Madam Speaker, our government has taken many steps to try to improve the functioning of this place. And I've done it a few different ways, and sometimes it's hard to see where the linkages are, but I think those of us who work in the system know it works. But the one area that I think really needs a major rehaul is the private members' time, And I've spoken there many a time, Madam Speaker. I've heard you speak there full of passion many a time, as have my other colleagues who are in this room. But I think every one of us knows that that time could be used more effectively. And I'm not saying that I or one person in this room or one side has all the answers. Because if we're going to make institutional change like that, it is good to have an all-party committee actually do the work and then make recommendations for us to consider. So I look forward to that. And I've also heard comments that the time is too long. I think I'm going to leave that to the committee as they start their work and as they dig in. And I'm hoping they've heard my appeal, and I'm sure I'll make it heard again once they are meeting, to take the time, not to just read words on paper, but to actually find out how private members feel, how much they achieve, what they achieve with the practices in other areas. Madam Speaker, the last few days we've had a number of legislations. I would say, I think we've had 8 or 9 pieces of legislation introduced in 3 weeks, which is quite a record, I think. And we've managed to get through a lot of them pretty quickly. And that happened for a number of reasons. One, not everybody was comfortable getting up to speak to them. And I'm saying that's perfectly okay. If you did not want to speak or feel the need to speak, that is good. But at the same time, Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that people will get up today and speak about the private members' time. This is a very rare opportunity for us to set a committee, and here in the House, we can sort of start laying out the kind of things we wish for and hope for that the committee will consider. And I think that becomes very, very important. And I don't think this is a committee that can just go into a room with a set of computers and just sit around and talk with each other. They have to get out of that. And I'm certainly hoping that we'll get an opportunity to meet with them as well. And Madam Speaker, as I was saying earlier, I think it's good, as the previous member spoke, that when we pass legislation and when we establish a committee like this, that the public hear our debate. Because if we were just to establish this committee on the quiet, nobody would even know the significance of the work that has to be done and that will be done. And I've had the honor and privilege to chair a committee, and I can tell you, I agree with my previous colleague as well, that I really, really value our committee work. It is where we all come to a table, and as somebody said, somebody used the term, I think it was my colleague from Saanich North and the islands, that the robes shed away, the partisan robes. What I find when I get into a committee and we start dealing with issues, that we actually deal with substantive issues and deal with the meat of the problems that we are faced with. And I have been so impressed at the committees I've been at, how cooperative and how collegial everybody is. And if British Columbians could actually spend more time viewing committee work than question period, they would see a whole different side of Parliament. They would see the cooperation that exists here. They will see the compromises that are made at the committee level. They will see how, even though we may go into those committees with one perspective, when we listen to each other, we can come out of it with a product that's even better than the one we thought we were going to be ending up with. So that committee work I really, really value, and I can't stress that enough. And I don't think I've ever heard people stand up in this House since I've been here, or it hasn't registered, saying how terrible being on a committee is. The member who spoke just before me, I've always heard her say how important committees are, how they play a critical role, how they allow us to work together. And absolutely the work that was done during COVID, then on mental health issues and the healthcare issues, have been just amazing work out of those committees. And I really, really value that. So for me, those who are kind of saying, why do we need this committee? Then my reaction is, so we can take the time in a very focused way. This committee has no other agenda. This committee will not have 10 other things on its plate and looking at all of Parliament in its kind of entirety. This committee will deal with one thing that is really significant, that is private members' time. And time again, I've heard from members from all sides of the House that we need to do something about the private members' time. So I think here is an opportunity, and I was really glad to hear that my colleague, the member from the third party, absolutely agrees with the work that needs to be done. I've been hearing the same from the government side. I think this is an opportunity today for us to demonstrate to the public, and I'm sure there's many watching right now to this scintillating debate, to share with them that we're not just working within the status quo, that here we are looking at our own structures, and as well as doing the work, including the amazing work being done by our Premier in the first 100 days, and the actions that this government has taken, I think they also need to see that we are looking at how we work in different parts of Parliament. So this is a review of Monday morning. And that might end up not being a Monday morning. It might end up being integrated in the way the federal Parliament is. It may end up with another version. I don't know. And I know that the members who go there will take this responsibility very, very seriously. Very seriously, because they know how important this is. Because making this change is not, oh, let's make a change, 2 weeks again, let's make another change. As I said, it's taken us this long to just get to this stage where we're going to form a committee. And now the committee has to be able to do its work. And as well as doing this, our members already know that when it comes to taking big money out of the election process, we did that. That was another way of improving our democracy. And I think there isn't anybody who would be speaking out against that. Another way of improving our democracy was to take the money out of, or the dirty money out of BC casinos, real estate, and other sectors. And I could actually go on, and we made lobbying more transparent. And there are more stricter rules around our ministers when they leave their offices about lobbying. So they can't leave one day and then the next day they are a lobbyist, right? That would be a conflict because they would be privy to all kinds of information. So making Parliament better and more responsive and more transparent is our responsibility, Madam Speaker. And we have to make sure that we're in this building carrying out the work of the members of the citizens of this province, that we are not only passing legislation that will improve their day-to-day lives, but that we are also very focused on improving transparency, improving accountability, and also, Madam Speaker, the workings of these institutions. And absolutely, and of government. And I'm very, very proud. I'm glad my colleague there from the riding just next door to me perched up and reminded me that absolutely, I will take the record of this government over the previous government any day of the week.
I would remind the member relevance is important.
But Madam Speaker, it relates back to governance and the governance review that we are doing here with Monday morning, and I respect that. But one of the things is, as a government, it is the government that has brought forward this motion. And we have to remember that. It's a government that's not scared to look after its structures, to look after how it operates, and it's quite open to inviting the opposition, the third party, independents, to come down and just do this work. And that's what they are going to be doing. And they are going to be working on improving how we govern and the kind of ways we get to play a role as elected people. Now, it's always very, very clear the role the ministers have. They get their letters of expectation, and I think that's what it's called, and all these other parameters. But for members at large, what I've often heard of is that the use of Monday morning is not as useful as it could be. And as a government, our House leader had the courage to put forward an all-party committee, a motion to create an all-party committee, so we can, all of us together, not just the government side, but all of us together can come up with something that will work for all of us. And it's that all of us that is important when it comes to private members' time. So this is not about the government abandoning its responsibility. It's actually showing leadership in this case to say, we have heard you. We've heard the opposition. We've heard the official leader of the opposition, third party, and what we're going to do is we are going to start doing the work to make the kind of changes that will make the private members' time more effective, more useful, and serve the people of British Columbia. And as I said previously, Madam Speaker, it's not going to be easy work. It's not going to be easy work. And I really want to thank the colleagues who are going to be joining that committee for the work that they are going to be doing. Because that work is not just for themselves. That work is for this legislature. That work is for British Columbians. Because we want to make sure that private members get the time they need, they play a critical role, and that their time is not considered wasted. And I've heard that term being used by a couple of colleagues, that we need to change the way things are done. Well, you could have had a government that just said, okay, these are the changes. But we don't. And we're lucky. We have a government that actually believes in democracy and practices it. And so that's why we are going to go to this committee. And it is an all-party committee, just for those of you who are watching at home. An all-party committee is, and we have many of them, all-party committee is a committee that is made up of government, the official opposition, as well as the third party. And that committee will then do its work. And they will then report back to this House. And then it's the determination of this House whether they act on all of their recommendations or a few of them or whatever happens. That I don't want to presuppose, because I don't even know if they're going to come up with recommendations or if they will just come up with a recommended process. And all of those things are possible within the parameters that the House Leader has laid out. And once again, it's not, the committee is not being bound in any way. The committee has the leeway to go out and do the work they need to do. And they also know, and I'm sure many of them will be private members sitting on that committee, and some of them in here have, excuse me, Madam Speaker, have a far superior history and memory bank than some of us newer ones. So I am really hoping that this committee, in its diversity, will come up with a system for private members' time that will make every private member feel that Monday morning is useful and they are serving the people of British Columbia. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to stand here and speak. And as I forgot to say this at the beginning, so I'm going to say it now, I am very, very proud to be a representative, elected representative for Surrey Panorama. I'm always grateful to them for their trust in me and putting their faith in me and sending me here. And I will certainly be sharing with them in my newsletter the fact that we are going to be having this committee to, if this motion passes here, that there will be a committee that will be taking a look at Monday morning private members' time, because we want to make sure that the work that is being done here is done in the best way to serve the people of British Columbia. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Richmond South Centre.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is my pleasure and privilege to stand up and speak about motion 18. I just want to first of all take a moment to express my gratitude to many of our colleagues who spoke before me, to express the importance for us to have a private member time to really share different perspectives and diversified experiences. I'm actually going to piggyback off members from Prince George Fairmont's comment about AED. We all went to a Heart and Stroke Foundation event, and I was able to listen, actually read the material. And one of the fascinating things they talked about is that most of heart attacks actually happen in residence of individuals. And I think this also bring out a lot of experience reminding me, used to be a first aid attendant, also instructor. The AED also requires a certain amount of training. Why did I bring this story up? Because I do want to take a moment to thank the member from opposite. It's a reminder that all of us come from different backgrounds and different experiences. And we all want to contribute to this beautiful British Columbia and the BC Legislature to share, really, what can we do to contribute for a better future for all of us, including our future generation. I want to take a moment, echoing one of my colleagues' comment earlier too, I want to take a moment to thank Richmond South Centre for sending me here to be a representative and to be able to speak on their behalf. And I think one thing I do want to echo again and again from my past speeches is that we're elected here to speak. We're elected here to be a voice, because we spend our time in our constituency to listen, to understand, and to appreciate complexity. I think one of the important things too is I do want to take a moment to express the time I had on the Finance Committee. The time I was spending on there, it gave me an opportunity to travel around British Columbia and to really diversify my perspective around what BC has to offer, especially rural area, to see the challenges and difficulty and to hear different voices on things we want to bring back. I do want to say, putting all partisan aside, I know many of my rural colleagues probably have a lot to offer, and then we have a lot of urban colleagues who have a lot of different perspectives. I also want to take a moment to almost say, with different cultural background, with different gender background, to different sexual orientation, every MLA who come in here representing with a family, maybe a single parent, we all come here trying to be a voice. One of the things I want to express my gratitude to the idea of forming this committee is I know in the past, the private member time was really based upon a good agreement. It was based upon all party goodwill and desire to let's work together and give private member a voice. And I think, unfortunately, in the past, there are moments that made us question whether that goodwill is still established. That maybe we need to actually an update of standing order to allow us to really have a regular, rigid structure so that we can protect the institution from political agendas. Speaking of political agendas, I want to go back to the Finance Committee that we had. And of course, the reality is, for the fact that somebody's sitting opposite from us and we're sitting on the government side, it's the fact that we have different perspective, different experience, and different objectives. And there's certain things that's more important to one of us than maybe not as important to others. I know many people was commenting that why some of us have so much time to talk about speeches that others might not find relevant. But I think for society that was being modernized, civilized, we had to understand the right of self-determination. And what associated with that is to understand everybody has a different perspective and everything has different priorities. As a youth worker, I often mention this once, that to a youth, an embarrassment could mean the world to them. But adults, sometimes we might not fully appreciate the challenge they have. So I'm very glad on the motion 18, it gives a chance to really for us to sit down to have a discussion. I remember some of our colleagues from the opposite and us, we actually had dinner together at the Finance Committee. We actually had a conversation talking about topics. And that's one thing I really want to emphasize. I do want to emphasize, especially with the member from Vancouver, Mount Pleasant, who just left, is that when we're doing committee stage, we don't see any more character assassination anymore. It's often out of the picture. We have more discussion about topics, objectives, how things impacts the circumstances. We still will have challenges with one another. We are still different of opinions. But committees gives us a chance to really embrace the opportunity to share, to understand and appreciate. And that is the reason why I'm very glad. Like, again, I'm new to this chamber. I've been here 2 years. Unlike Minister from Public Safety and Solicitor General, who has extensive history, and of course, another colleague sitting opposite over there who has another extensive experience as well, how this historically came together, and how we have a historical different party, one being government and be opposition. And I also heard a House leader talk about what it feels like to be in opposition, what it feels like to be a governing MLAs. But I do want to remind everyone that the goal, the objective in the end, isn't about how we get there, but when we get there, we can create a private member time that gives private member an opportunity to share our perspective, to share our discussion, to share our goal. Because I think it is what we owe to our constituents for them to know where we stand on different issues. I think interesting, some of the comments made earlier, and I don't come across criticism, but I do want to emphasize, I want to be clear about it. That when we keep on talking about, we all agree, let's vote on it, or we all agree, let's vote on it. Well, I'm pretty sure we all agree on this bill as well. But as the member from the Sandwich North and North Island, I just want to express gratitude to his phenomenal perspective of him sharing his passion for democracy. I want to be sitting here talking about how much I appreciate being able to join by my colleague from the government side and colleague from opposition to be able to have a dinner over and have discussion around important topics on Finance Committee, where we have good, healthy discussion without going down to a point of character assassination. Instead, there are times the discussion gets heated. We took a break, and we still walk around with each other, have conversation, and enjoy each other's company. Why is a private member, in my opinion, important? Because I think some of our colleagues echoed about it already, and I'm pretty sure future speaker will say it too. Every one of us come from a different writing. Every one of us represent a different community. Every one of us have a different life experience. And again, I want to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to a member of Vancouver Mount Pleasant when she shared her complex, challenging history, where she overcame so many difficulties and reached to the point, one of the highest point an Indigenous female has ever reached in our province. And to us, it is an important story to remind us what kind of single parents are experiencing. It's our institution welcoming single parents. Talking about people from Indigenous background, it's our institution finding a way to encourage people with Indigenous background. It's our institution finding different ways to allow different people speaking different language to be part of a conversation. If we truly believe in multiculturalism and diversity, how are we allowing voice to be heard? And be able to have this committee coming together to have a conversation around private members' opportunity to share, exchange, and really have a comfort saying the standing order will now protect us, and therefore we can focus on doing what is right instead of playing political games. It's important for all of us. As a colleague, independent colleague mentioned earlier too, is this conversation was meant to have a conversation earlier, but it was sort of through the procedural, through discussion, and through political games, it waited till now. And I think all of our private members, including government and opposition side, and we all want to have a strong, healthy political climate that we can all work together towards. We all agree we are facing global challenges right now. We all agree we're facing different crises in our province. And we all agree there are many, many potential ideas that are being shared around. Some are good, some are bad, some are being repeated multiple times, and some of them might not be feasible when we actually add it into the complexity of our legislature. But I think it's important for us to share. And I think as a private member, that's why we're here. Sometimes we want to be part of the decision-making process. Sometimes we want to solve problems for our constituents. And sometimes we want to be here because we want to feel like our constituent put the energy and time to send us here. We want to make sure my time spending on their behalf is well spent. That I'm doing my best to fight for their best interest, fighting for their family's best interest, and to ensure things that need to be talked about aren't avoided. I think one of the things that truly helped me to be reminded about this private member committees coming together, for us to actually have a discussion on how we can have this conversation on empowering private member, is also to realize, if you look at this chamber, we have one of the most diverse government in history, British Columbia history. We have now far stronger gender equity in our legislature, we're trying to find more ways to bring more individuals from different backgrounds to be part of our conversation. And I think it would be unhealthy for any government to assume we don't need to hear from opposition. I think it would be unhealthy for any government to assume we know everything we're doing. And that's why I'm glad our House leader, I assume working with the other House leaders as well, to come up with a way to ensure we can have this committee so we can thoroughly and appropriately discuss how can we ensure important and a respectable voice are heard, constructive voices are heard, voices, ideas that's been sharpened, criticized, but forged through discussion can be utilized to better British Columbia together. I know I keep on going back to my Finance Committee days, and I'm still part of Finance Committee. I shouldn't say back to my Finance Committee days. But we had dinner with opposition members. We had a lot of sitting down conversation. We traveled together. You know, we had often a lot of jokes along the way. It's a completely different atmosphere than what we have here. And I think that's it's what's needed. People need to come together and realize what we say will not be used against us, so we can truly express the challenges, the difficulty, and the perspective on how we can better shape our private member time. I want to echo again the member from Saanich North Island, is the importance of democracy. Democracy is what kept us here together. Our society is facing a lot of different threats, from false information, fake news. We're dealing with threats of dictatorship invading sovereign countries. We have people now having confusing information. We have people going around to giving different mixed information from different community groups to cause conflicts and frictions. Democracy isn't perfect. We all understand that. But it's the best system we can work with at this point to ensure power and checks are balanced and ideas are shared. But of course, I understand where the independent member mentioned earlier. We all want to continue to serve our constituency. We all are taking this position of privilege with honor, with dignity, and with respect, and be humbled by the tradition and heritage associated with our job title. And we want to continue that. And of course, Honorable Speaker, as we keep on calling you honorable, we respect you for your non-partisanship, helping us keeping this meeting in order and have a conversation. And that's what we would love to see in our committee as well. As we continue to talk about the different forward too, we also heard different ideas being shared. And sometimes for theatrical needs of the chamber, ideas are being exaggerated. I'm not doing this just to pick on the member from Thompson, South Thompson. I just want to have a mathematical correction. We're 11 days into 43 days, that's 25%, not 30%. But just put it out there. But it is a good example that sometimes for the sake of presentation, for the sake of conflict, for the sake of political benefit, we lose sight of how we can work better together. So I am enthusiastically supporting our House leaders coming together to really put together this private member committee, to really force to really ask ourselves, what can we do to share out some of our challenges, to really ask ourselves, how can we ensure voices are properly heard? My apologies, I wasn't sure what's going on. Thank you so much. And I do want to emphasize that even, for example, if you don't mind me going back to even talk about Lunar New Year, many people know I attend a lot of Lunar New Year in the month of January. And it is also a reminder, even a simple holiday, maybe to other people is a simple structured holiday. There's different cultures have different practices, different zodiac animals, and different language usage, and different perspectives. And yet, at the same time, according to my speech back then, we all share the same principle, same desire for peace, hope, and prosperity. And I'm hoping, and I sincerely hope, and I do believe I have faith into this, that our private member committee will also bring this diversity back together through Motion 18, and that we might all have a different language, different perspective, different experiences, and yet at the same time, share the same hope to ensure private members, whether it's opposition or government side, that we are able to continuously find different ways to share good ideas. I know a member from Prince George Fairmont, as pointed out in our mandate letters for our ministers, we are asking for ways to reach out across the aisle to truly appreciate what could be considered, what could be explored, and what could be used. As we continuously moving forward, and we will continue facing various different challenges as a government, as a British Columbia, because we're not facing climate change. We're facing a lot of social challenges. We're dealing with a lot of fake news on social media as well. We're also dealing with a lot of drought, forest fire. We have different kind of ministries just start popping out to support one another. But I think the ultimate goal is the more complex, the more unpredictable, the more unprecedented our future is, the more we rely upon the creativity, diversity, and innovation of our colleagues here to come together to really find a solution to protect, serve, and helping British Columbians to prosper. I also want to take a moment to really talk about the importance of us to really look at different potential private member motion, private member statements, and private member bill. I understand our hope is really there to find ideas, but of course there are different perspectives and they'll create friction and challenges. But I do know one of the opportunities I do enjoy as MLA in this legislature for the last 2 years is being able to speak at private member time. I spoke to many, many issues. I think one of the things that I truly, deeply want to champion back then is the importance to combat against gender-based violence. In a private member time, I know I mentioned many things about how cross-cultural challenges associated with gender-based violence, how many individuals who I used to work with, who I know, do not understand that what they experience is form of gender-based violence. It's important for us to continue to bring that into government's awareness, to different ministers, to really help us finding ways to how we can advance important strategies for equity, fairness, and justice. And it is actually also one of the few times I really get to sit down and do some really good homework. And I'm looking forward to the opportunity to learn how to also do a private member bill as well. I want to take a moment to thank our government at 2017 to the back then Attorney General, currently a Premier, to share the drafters with all of us so that we can develop a new skill set that previously was not available to a private member. I know this private member type has historically built upon agreement, consensus, and willingness to cooperate and collaborate, and it has faced some challenges in the past. And I'm glad that through this multi-party collaboration, we are now finding the value behind supporting private members. And I know member from, my apology. Member from opposite mentioned earlier too, is assuming if this government swapping back and forth, it will happen in the future, we don't know. But I really sincerely hope that no matter which way we're switching around, this private member spirit, the spirit of allowing private members to be a strong, well-heard voice will be kept. And we'll continue to find ways to really say, we need voice of diversity. We need to find different perspectives, different angles, different individuals' voices to ensure that no matter how challenges become diverse, complex, difficult, we will have a robust system to say we will find ways to find the strengths, creativity, and courage collectively to address issues. So all British Columbians can benefit from our willingness to collaborate and cooperate. Whether or not we have whether this is a proper committee or the other committee, I think the final spirit is the same thing. The spirit of doing this motion 18 is to ensure the elected official representing the constituency, as I represent Richmond South Centre, will be given a great opportunity to truly, appropriately, to continuously be a voice for Richmond South Centre. I think my colleague from Surrey Panorama mentioned earlier very clearly, we all have a right now to speak about anything or everything. But I do encourage everybody to have an opportunity, whether it is a common consensus that we all agreed upon, that we should still be speaking about it so that our constituents can have a voice and to understand where we stand, that whether or not they feel like they have elected the right person to represent them. And I think another thing I do also want to emphasize too is when I used to be a youth worker, I want to go back to that conversation, is that I used to have a youth leadership team where they will come out with projects. Me, as an individual, look at it and say, wow, this is way too difficult. I don't think you guys can pull it off. But through different conversations, from different discussion, even though I was uncertain, I want them to have the opportunity to try it out, to really explore and to really understand what it's like to potentially fail or succeed. And often, my best amazement is to be proven wrong. Having them telling me I might not know everything I do, and proven to me that through their dedication commitment, they're able to do something that I perceive as not doable. Why am I bringing this thing up? Because I think it's important for us to realize that through conversation, through dialogue, through strategy, through explorations, we will see greater depths. Just because we all agree on this topic, it doesn't mean I understand the opposition members' concept, or I understand my colleagues' perspective, or understand different individuals who might actually have a different tone, why they support a policy. So I, again, go back to motion 18, and I want to emphasize again why I'm supportive of a committee to review the private members' business. Is to really ask ourselves, how can we support our private members? But mostly, to how can we ensure that British Columbians can be heard through every elected officials, to really to understand that we're here to represent. And through conversation discussion, we don't just simply represent a voice, but we represent a desire to make British Columbia better, represent a desire to bring peace and prosperity to British Columbians, to represent a desire to bring fairness and justice for British Columbian, a desire to forge dialogue, forge conversation, and forge bridges of communication, and yet still empower individuals to have right to self-determination. And this is a kind of strength built through understanding and through conversation. I don't think any one of us will be as powerful as we collective through our conversation and dialogue. And that's the reason why I'm encouraged when our government is opening up the opportunity to allow private members to be not just simply a voice in the background, but have a voice to truly, appropriately, through records of answers, to be shared, and to be understood by community. And to through exchange of ideas that we may better ourselves to understand more of a comprehensive, more in-depth understanding of a complex situation that often we as British Columbians have to face. It's not acceptable for us to assume any one of us knows everything. But I think if we keep having an open mind, a willingness to learn, to listen, and of course, I want to say shedding off a lot of the partisan characteristic attacks, and to really have conversations, I think we can reach a consensus where how we can better British Columbia and better our primary members' time to serve British Columbians. I'm going to go back to the Finance Committee again, and I want to take a moment to thank all my colleagues on my government side and all the colleagues on the opposite side. Finance Committee also was a difficult, exhausting time. It was also a time we get to humanize one another, to really have a conversation, to listen to one another, and to really appreciate individuals standing in front of us, and to respect individuals as human beings, and to take away this personal attack, character assassinations, and to focus on topics, evidence, and ideas, and sharing it back and forth. And in the end, understanding that we still need a governing structure to allow us to make decisions. Whether there's division or whether there's differences, we still need to have a conclusion at the end of the day. But one thing I don't want to go back. I just want to go back to, for example, the Health Committee, even though I didn't sit on it. I've been hearing so many good things. The desire for all parties to come up with conclusions where we all have a desire to save lives, all desire to find a way to fight against stigmatization, the desire to really allow us to find strategy to embrace and bring people into British Columbia and to have a healthcare system that can serve the most vulnerable among us. And to also, from what I heard from the Finance Committee, to break away our generalization that doesn't match the reality we have to deal with. Because conversation and discussion, especially through committee stage, it helps us to understand sometimes we might form perceptions based upon logic, based upon experience. But when you put it against real-life examples, sometimes it turns our paradigm upside down. So as an individual, as someone who is a private member on the government side, I'm excited that this committee will empower the private member from both the government and opposition and the third party and independent to be able to come together, to be able to say, what can we do to create a system that is fair, constructive, and productive to support our government, support British Columbians, to ensure all kinds of ideas and voices are heard, shared, exchanged, forged, and prepared to utilize to serve our British Columbians through our government. Of course, at the end of this time, I do want to take a moment to again thank Richmond South Center for sending me here today. I'm privileged to have an opportunity to spend 30 minutes sitting up here and express my support for Motion 18. And I know my opposition colleagues are going to do the exact same thing. I know opposition are calling the member from San Antonio green friends, we'll just call him green colleagues. But I'm pretty sure even the third party and independents will all come together to really say, we want to do this, not because it fulfills some kind of hidden agenda, but we know this is what we can do to ensure British Columbians can have the best voice being heard through different ideas. So that way we, as a private member, can use our time wisely and to serve British Columbians. Because as private member, and of course on the opposition side, as different opposition members, we all have a desire to find different ways to better the lives of British Columbians, our loved ones, and our future generation. We face different kind of challenges such as climate change, like natural disasters. We have flood, we have drought. We'll have even more greater threats. As I mentioned earlier from my previous speech, one of my biggest concerns for Richmond South Centre, which I believe some of my Richmond colleagues have shared a similar concern, is potential flood and potential water drought and potential, my apology.
Just trying to understand the relevance to this specific bill.
Yes,
Thank you.
My apology, I'll get back to you. To talk about waterfront and drought, and that is an important voice to be heard. Why I'm talking about a private member motion 18 is to ensure that this kind of voice might be heard by a little corner of Richmond, but brought to a bigger picture of a part of our government. I think one thing we have to continuously respect the fact that every member have a complete different experience when they serve the constituency. Like, we often joke, Richmond is a small cousin of insignificant cousin of Vancouver, because Vancouver has so much great, I think, happening. But Richmond is a phenomenal city. I do want to say that. I really enjoy it. And all my 3 colleagues are here, and we all love being representing Richmond. But we all know Richmond has a unique perspective in many challenges as well. As I mentioned earlier, through my time with the Finance Committee, I also learned about interesting things about rural part of British Columbia that I didn't have a privilege to understand and appreciate before. And I would love to, through a private member time, private member motion, to really understand and to hear and to observe, to better myself, so that we will understand that decision made in this chamber impacts everybody in this province. And yet we have to find a balance. We have to find a fine-tuning. We have to find a perfection to ensure that we can actually serve everyone without leaving people behind. I'm glad our government is devoted to the idea that we will only prosper when we all prosper together. And we'll be successful when we all succeed together. Which means it doesn't matter which part of British Columbia, whether it's rural, urban, island, mainland, or any other part of British Columbia, that those voices can be heard. And that is why private member time is so important to be fine-tuned, understood. I know my colleague from Surrey Panorama mentioned very clearly, if a discussion is done, we find something ready to go, maybe we'll present it, they can present it earlier. I apologize for that. But I'm a big believer. I'm a bigger believer that a motion 18, the private member business, is extremely important to all of us. That the discussion in the committee stage will be long, will be extensive, and it will be very detail-oriented. Because we must understand how we can better British Columbia together without a partisanship. So I want to take a moment to, again, thank Richmond South Centre for sending me here. I'm glad we now have a new platform, potentially, to allow me to represent Richmond South Centre in a different angle, different way, and different strategy. And I want to thank all my colleagues for sharing their perspective, and I want to encourage all my colleagues that us together make private member time one of the most functional, constructive time in Canada. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Seeing no further, I do see a speaker now. Richmond, Queensborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just giving my good friends over there the opportunity to rise. But thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good to see you in the chair again. I rise in support of motion 18, in support of this motion, improving not only the way that we work, but also the lives of British Columbians, the lives of the people that I represent in Richmond, Queensborough, is extremely important to us, important to me, and has always been. And you can see that we on our side, there's a great zeal for that work, and it's been far too long since this House has had time to meaningfully review the time that private members time, Monday mornings essentially, and so I welcome this bill. There's, as an advocate, right? There's a few things that I'm new here, but there's a few things that I understand and that I take responsibility for. So my role here is to not only represent the people of Richmond, Queensborough, but when I'm here and they're watching me, to inform them of what we're doing here, right? And to inform them of the legislation that we're passing, to inform them if a private member does bring a bill forward, to inform them what the rationale is behind that bill, why we're debating whether it's a bill or a motion, or even when it's a statement that we're making, what the reasoning is, rationale is for us for being here. And that does two things. It strengthens democracy, because when people out there see their views and their concerns being represented and being talked about and being looked at. It bolsters democracy. It bolsters the idea that we're actually here looking at what the people of Richmond, Queensborough, or whatever constituency you represent, we're looking at their views. And, you know, informing the public is a responsibility that I don't take lightly. And I'll be speaking about the motion, but I feel compelled to, because the opposition did take some time speaking about this, I feel compelled to answer a few things about the way that this House has been running, and that ties into, you know, why are we standing here debating about this motion again? You know, even if you agree with it, it's, you know, it's my responsibility to explain to the public that elected me and sent me here why we're doing this. You know, much was said about a 2-clause bill and why we're taking so long explaining that. You know, much was said about closure and other things, and sometimes I sit here and you know, sometimes I'm quite astounded that those words can be spoken, especially, you know, coming from when they were on this side of the House, they canceled a whole fall sitting. And there's complaints about, you know, we're taking some time to explain our bills. And a bill that's very important. It may be 2 clauses, but it's very important to what's happening here. Money laundering, right? When we're sitting here, whether it's a private motion or whether it's private members' time and statements, you see that a lot of the time in this House is taken up on housing and crime. And that 2-clause bill that they were complaining about dealt with money laundering. Right? And money laundering was really out of recklessness or willful blindness, contributed to those 2 things more than anything else.
Of course, member, debate on other bills has occurred during those debates.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker.
And so we should stick to the motion at hand.
Absolutely. I'm just responding to what they had said in terms of time and in terms of the importance of speaking and informing the public on these things, right? A bill may be, a bill or a motion may be short or long, but the importance doesn't, you know, how short or long it is not necessarily reflected by the importance of that, right? And, you know, bills, private members' motions, you know, I'm really happy that this is happening. And I'm happy that we're having a special committee, that this motion is proposing a special committee to review this and to really look at what the most effective way to proceed is to make private members' motions, to make private members' time, to actually democratize this institution, make it greater, make its responsibility to democracy greater. And as my friend from Surrey Panorama said, you know, we have in Canada itself and across the Commonwealth other jurisdictions that have a different way or different methodology of including private members or of including everybody in the House. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're effective or that they actually do any effective change. They may just be performative, right? So the importance of actually setting a special committee, just like we did on health last year, to look at the toxic drug supply and other things, a special committee to look. Because if we're going to change the way that this institution works, you know, the one thing that I have learned in my short 2 years, 2 and a bit, I guess now, is it almost 2.5? It is, isn't it? Time flies pretty fast here. In my short 2.5 years here is that when trying to change things takes time. So if you're going to do it, if you're going to make a change, you better take your time. You better take the few weeks ahead of time and really look at the situation before you make that change, because that change may be permanent for some time. So, very important that we empower a small group of people made up of the opposition, the government, and the third party, and I guess a fourth party now in this House. Am I correct? Yes. So not an independent anymore, a fourth party. We have 4 parties in this House now. Just 3? Just 3 now? Okay. Rumor one is right. It's not official status. My apologies again. I'm new to this. So 3 parties and an independent, possibly coloring into a party. That we sit and we look at this situation, because it's very important for democracy, for our constituents, that their representative gets a say here, right? And, you know, as a private member, I enjoy private members' time. I enjoy getting up and speaking about the issues that matter to me. And I welcome this change. I welcome the change. I welcome the idea that, you know, I'm sure that all 87 of us have some special interests that our constituents have brought to us that, you know, may not affect everybody else. Like my good friend from, I want to get this right, because there's 2 of you, Peace River North. You know, brought up this morning, something that that'll get rid of that exact problem. I'll never have to double check that. I'll know what the name is. Each one of us may have some special things that we want to bring forward. So, but you know, if we are going to change standing orders, if we are going to change the mechanism of how this house operates, it's really important that we don't make that a performative change. You know. What is a performative change as opposed to a substantial change? You know, my friend from Prince George Valemount had mentioned one of the Equal Pay Act, I think it was called, that one of their colleagues has put forward. Again, a really good idea, but you know, in the end, unless there's been work done on it behind it, you know, it could just end up being a performative change. We're on government side, we're doing that work. We have a parliamentary secretary for gender equity. We have, you know, we're actually doing that work and going to be bringing forward legislation on that and other things. Same thing with the anti-racism stuff, right? The covenants, the racist covenants that exist in our land title system. You know, do we actually? And my friend is here who mentioned, who's brought that forward sometimes. Do we take those away, right? Do we take those away? And because I don't remember who mentioned it, but they're saying that most British Columbians don't know that they exist. Well, if we take them away, they won't know that they exist at all, right? They won't, like, do we take away that part of history, or do we, because it is offensive, you know, I don't want to see it on there, but if you take it away, no one will ever know about it. Or what do we do? You know, do we just take it away? Do we put a placard somewhere showing that, look, there was this history? Do we put a little footnote in the Land Title Act saying that, you know, there was this history and it was taken away because of this? So you know, it's not a simple measure of introducing something and taking it away, because that's just performative. We wanted to have some real change. That's why we have anti-racism data legislation. That's why we're going to bring in an anti-racism act. And things like that, things like the covenants, you know, it has to be examined carefully, so that you're not doing, that you're actually making effective change. So again, I welcome a special committee to review private members' business time, because what that'll do is the committee will be empowered not only to look at what we've done here and how wrong that is or how right that is. Give me 1 second. But as my friend from Surrey Panorama said, we'll be able to, with the power of the internet, which is it's been around for some time now, so we've had that power for a little while. So I'm surprised we haven't been able to do that before. But you know, we can look at other jurisdictions in the Commonwealth, right? We can. New Zealand has been mentioned before, right? Australia, India, you know, Pakistan. I mean, the Commonwealth is quite expansive, right? We should be looking at all the different places and see how effective they are. Not only that, we should look outside the Commonwealth and look at other systems, and also look at what, you know, not only take ideas from our constituents, but also look at what academics, political science academics have said about this, right? There may be some incredible ideas out there that, you know, are hidden somewhere in an academic paper, that someone possibly in the opposition knows someone who's a professor, who's able to bring that to us, who's able to bring it to that special committee. It may be a brilliant idea that completely democratizes further and changes the way that this House runs. So having a special committee to look at that, having a separate special committee that's empowered just to do that, and is given a finite time to do that, I think is a phenomenal idea. I think it'll make the workings of this chamber not only more efficient and more inclusive, because that is one of the things that our government has been very proud of, is how is moving towards a more inclusive government. You just have to look at the representation that we have. It's substantially different from what it was, say, a decade ago. Private members' time, has traditionally been, it's been an opportunity for private members from all sides, the three parties and the independent, again, as I said, to raise important issues. Issues that not only may affect all of British Columbians, but that may specifically affect their constituents. Or may in the case of my friend, displace the confusion that happens because there's two Peace Rivers. So it's a real important time for private members, for members, who've been elected by their constituents, to be able to bring those views forward. That's why it's really important that the special committee, which would be made up from people from all of the different parties in the legislature, that we get the input and we get the perspective from all the different sides, so that we can have a better debate about this. We can have an opportunity to consider all the different angles, because we come here, and it's been said on many occasions, we all come here with sort of the same intent, to solemnly represent the people that elected us. But we have vastly different viewpoints. We have vastly different worldviews, right? And those inform us. So what I necessarily think may be correct may actually, I may be educated by my friends on the other side, or by my friends from the third party, in a way that I would not have even expected. And I want to be able to, share those views. My friend from Richmond South Centre talked about, his time in the Finance Committee, and how he was able to, how that was a very educational time for him, spending time with other private members and others, listening not only to the constituents, but also what I took from his talk there was the importance of listening to the other people. We necessarily have an adversarial system here, because that's the way it works. We've set it up that way. But you are not my enemy, right? On the other side, we're all in here together. But this is and there's nothing wrong with the adversarial system. There's a real effectiveness to it, right? There's a real effective to that dialectical battle that happens, because it's a battle of ideas. But sometimes it's good to set aside that little dialectical battle and sit down and take ideas from each other. And my friend spoke about it very eloquently on several occasions, how when he was able to travel and commune with members from the other side and members from the third party, that his eyes were open in some ways, and possibly their eyes were open. So a special committee that's made up of everybody in this House, really, representatives from different sides, would be able to do that, and would be able to put some fresh eyes on this. Again, not really a problem, but on an issue, on something that, something that could be changed, and something that could be changed for the better. I don't think, as my friends have said, they're in favor of this. This is a good idea, but it's vital for us to talk about why this is a good idea and why we're doing this. And again, to look at other jurisdictions. One of our roles here really is to, I think our sole role here is to do business on behalf of the people and to make the lives of British Columbians better. And, that really is the crux of what our government has been doing for the last little while, right? With all of the bills and legislation that has been passed, it's to make people's lives better, right? In the short 5, almost 6 years that we've been here, again, going back to what has already happened here in the last 2 or 3 weeks, I think seven pieces of legislation have passed. That's phenomenal, passing those pieces of legislation, because those, once they're passed and they become law, once they get royal assent, they'll actually have real-life impact. Real-life impact going further, like the real-life impact that the legislation that we passed in the past, right? Banning big money in provincial, municipal, and recall campaigns. Those are all parts of making this place, making British Columbia a more democratic place, ensuring that people are at the center of democracy, and not just the wealthy and well-connected, cracking down on dirty money, I spoke about money laundering earlier, and the importance of speaking about that bill. I mean, the money part is really important, and the financial reform of the election system is really important because it's, again, vital to democracy, right? We've seen what happens when private money and political action committees have control and power. We don't have to look far, just down south. Again, these are all things that have been brought forward, right, as part of government builds. I can only sort of imagine the number of ideas that'll come forward through private members, right? And having a special committee empowered to look at how we can effectively bring private members' motions forward to better serve the people of British Columbia, and to better serve the people of British Columbia, and to make and to propose legislation that actually has some practical value, and that it's not just performative, or it's not just looking at a very, very, very shallow level. And it's really, so that's my biggest concern about, private member motions and private member bills, is really that. Like, will we just be moving forward with motions and bills that are performative and that don't actually have some research behind them? What this will do, having a special committee that's empowered to do this, what this motion allows, is it allows this committee to go out there for the next few months and do that work, really important work, so it can be fully informed on the mechanism and the way that that committee should be going forward. One of the things that our government did is we already provided the drafting of legislation services to opposition members and to private members. And so we already have the mechanism. We already have the sort of administrative writing mechanism in place. What we need to do is we need to ensure that if we're going to move forward and change the way that this House works, that committee that this motion empowers does so in a way that's really effective, and that's going to serve not only this chamber, this legislature, but the people of British Columbia for some time to come. Ensuring that this place is fundamentally more democratic. So again, the crux of this, and the crux of a lot of what we've done over here, is looking after the people of British Columbia and making this chamber more democratic, making it more responsible to our constituents, making sure that the concerns of the constituents, not only of Richmond, Queensborough, but of all 87 different constituencies are taken care of, is really what's at the heart of this motion. A special committee to review private members' bill time, private members' business, will effectively do that. It'll empower, that committee will be able to go out, do the research that's necessary, not only look at other jurisdictions within Canada, but all over the world, but also look at academic papers and look at ideas that have not even been tested, and say, hey, listen, maybe that's a really good idea. Maybe we should try that out over here as a pilot project or whatever it is. Maybe we should do something here that's a little bit different and see if it's effective, and if it makes sense and it serves the people of British Columbia, why not? So I, Mr. Speaker, am in full, I support this motion fully. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Member for Courtney Comox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you'll give me a second, I'll take out this candy out of my mouth. I apologize for that. I rise today in support of motion 18. I was going to read it out. I know that we began this session hearing from the member from Sunshine Coast reading it out, and it's, you know, the technical dry language of this House, and so I'll try and paraphrase it a little bit. This is an opportunity for us to have a check-in about private members' business. That is the use of our time for private members' business, private members' bills, private members' motions, and all of that happens here in this legislature as part of the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia. It's a structure that's been in place for a long time, long time. I walk along the halls and I look at how this place has grown, how this province has grown, and from a few seats with large expanses of red carpet to us jammed up into the back corners of, of this space, and how we're looking at changing that as we gain more members, as the population of British Columbia grows further and further. So this structure has been in place for a long, long time. And following the upheavals of the pandemic, I think that we've all learned that change can be for the better. I'd like to point out the TV cameras that are in this room right now and how the virtual world has invaded this space and has given opportunities for people who have a tickle in their throat or a bit of a fever to be able to continue to participate. It's allowed people who have some serious challenges with travel, like a snowstorm that makes you stuck in one corner of the world, to continue to participate and represent the people of British Columbia. So this motion is talking about those kinds of changes that we're seeing in the world and being responsive to it. And I think we've also learned from the pandemic that everything is worthy of a critical eye, to the view of being more resilient and preparing for future change. This is a time of growth for our democratic institutions, and we have to recognize that there's changing dynamics in society. I've talked about the growth in the population and the growth of the number of MLAs, and there's just so much more. The challenges that we're facing in British Columbia demand a greater response from us. And this motion is an attempt to be responsive to those rising challenges, those new challenges. And we need to build new ways to tackle those challenges. And I've mentioned there's this space. This space, we looked at many different configurations of this space. And what was the point of that? The point of it was to build a space that was more democratic, something that works to build our democracy, not create divisions, which we have heard time and time again, how divisions are not productive, that we need to work together. We also heard from the member from the Sunshine Coast about the structure of this institution itself. I remember when I was first elected in 2017, former member Mary Pollock made a point of pointing to us on the other side of the House and saying how we were not government. The private members are not government. You have no more power than us over on the opposition benches. Well, they're seats right now. One day they might be benches, but right now they're seats. And it's a fact that the executive branch has privileges that private members don't have. But it gives us opportunities as private members to have a different kind of say in this place and to be able to fully represent our members, our members of our communities, our constituents, and our constituencies as a whole, because it has been pointed out here that constituencies have personalities of their own. They have distinctions that are worthy of being explored and finding ways for us all to be able to work together. So motion 18 around the private member's business is intended to give us that space, trying for us to grow into that space. So how do we support all the MLAs, including the private members, to fully embody that representation? Well, it's been mentioned numerous times here, which really speaks to the importance of it, I would say, that the drafting of legislation, and in this case we're talking about private members' bills, was never open to members in this House. And we've changed that. And we heard from the member from Saanich North and the Islands how that helped them move forward with a couple of private members' bills during a minority government. And the intention of it was a good intention to give voice to every corner of this province. We just have to find a way to build a structure that allows that to continue into the future. I wanted to talk about all-party committees because I see those structures as something that has value that can be brought to private members' time. They're structured to come to consensus. The goal of those standing committees are all-party committees where there's representation of every corner of this province on issues of making progress on issues of importance to people of British Columbia. I came from local government, and it's a similar situation. There's fierce competition in campaigns. You're striving to gain your position and get a place at the table, but once the election is over, you sit down at a table with everyone, regardless of whether you have agreed 24 hours before the election polls were closed. And the intention is for that building of community together. And diversity of opinion is important. We come to better decisions when we are looking at things from all sides. and that's the kind of intention that I think we can bring to private members' business. The purpose of this House should not be to only provide the public with a distinction between parties and independent members, who we now have one in this House. The public only goes to the polls once every 4 years, and democracy is about more than political parties posturing for position once every 4 years. And it's well and good that the House leaders spent time looking at the functioning of private members' time, but this motion puts focus on the value of public engagement beyond partisan opinion. The matter of progressing a more democratic private member's time, it deserves the light of day. Did the three-party House leaders contemplate independent members? What else might be of importance? They may have done a jurisdictional scan, but I can tell you from experience on other standing committees that hearing from academics and the public brings fresh ideas, and that input helps build consensus and a more robust and representative report back to this Legislative Assembly. A more democratic process for sure, and one that I support and I hope that everyone in this House supports. And we can't be afraid to be innovative. The COVID-19 pandemic proved that necessity is the mother of invention. British Columbia is growing. This Assembly is growing. It's time for us to explore that next stage of growth for private members' time. We have made changes that support a more representative democracy, and we've explored with the people of BC other changes to this system, like testing the waters for proportional representation, as the member from Saanich North and the Islands brought up. We continue to work toward more equitable access to public services and supports, and we're building a fairer and more just province that lifts everyone up. It's time to pay attention to this one part of our democratic system, the private member's time. We know that people want to see more cooperation in this assembly. I've heard from more members, and I've heard from members of the public who sit up in the gallery who talk about spending time observing this floor and how disconnected they feel from what happens here. And we can do better than that. We can build a system that they can see works for them and something that they can be proud of and that they can take home and see how it relates. One of the big things that we struggle with is getting people out to elections because they don't see how this place matters to them. And if we build a system that makes it matter to them, then we are going to have better elections. We're going to build our democracy even better, and for the next generation and the generation after that. So I was mentioning all party committees, and that's one of the things that we do is we get to connect with more with community, and that just nurtures that cooperative effort. I know that it's hard. It's hard for us to speak in this House without growing divisions, but we can create space where we can be more cooperative, we can be more productive for the people of British Columbia. The people of British Columbia deserve that. I think it's time that we consider if and how we can extend that sentiment to the private member's business for the sake of all our constituents. I know that the member from Sunshine Coast mentioned the private member's bill that I put forward to name I'll name it, the elasmosaur as the official fossil of British Columbia. And I'm looking forward to an opportunity to see that come forward. I'm also interested to see what other members might bring forward, that we can find places where we can start to build that support. Other jurisdictions, as we know, have been able to work towards that kind of system, and I think that's where we need to go for the sake of all British Columbians. I just wanted to find it again. The people don't necessarily understand a lot about how we work, and it's important for us to take that time to introduce to people where they can have an influence and where their efforts will help them move forward on the initiatives that they have. And most of us every day get up and we're here, we're very disconnected from our communities, and then we go home and we hear from constituents about what they want, whether it's individuals or whether it's groups. And we keep trying to find new ways to bring it forward. And sometimes we feel a little thwarted in our efforts to make change. And it has nothing to do sometimes with politics. It has more to do with how the system functions. So if we can change that system, the words that I'm going to keep repeating and we'll hear over and over again in this House is how do we have a more representative democracy? Democracy didn't always look like this, and it's not a static thing. It's a growing and a dynamic thing, or it can be a devolving one. And we've seen how our democracy can devolve. We've seen where the people's voices get trampled on. And I think this is something that perhaps it's an opportunity for us to grow an appreciation for what we do have and how we can make it better. You have to know where you came from before you can make it better. I used to, when I had time, I used to do genealogy. I had an interest in where my forefathers came from, how they settled in Canada. And my foremothers, they're harder to research. But at the time, there was this thing called the family compact, and very few people got to have any influence. Very few people got to have a say in how their democracy was building, including to the effect that there was a revolution in 1837. As people tried to bring a more democratic process where everyday people got to have a say in how their government functioned. This is a small corner of our democracy, private members' time, and it's not irrelevant, and nor should it be. We need to find ways to build it up and make it stronger, make it more robust, make it more resilient, and make it capable. Resilience means being capable of changing. And change has been so hard. We see a lot of the institutions of this place, and we respect them and we honor them, and some of them still work and some of them not so much. Personally, if I was in charge of this space, I'd probably cover up the marble. But that's, I'm sorry. But it's a lot about what, people get intimidated coming into this place, and I think the marble has something to do with it. I don't know. Maybe it's the pillars. But you know, I'm sounding trite, but it is about, you know, we come into this space, and it is daunting, and change has been hard. But as I said earlier, with the pandemic, we learned that sometimes you just have to change, and change can progress to the positive, or it can change for the worse. And we've shown in British Columbia that we know how to change to the better. We did it successfully. There's still a virus out there, but we have overcome so many trials and tribulations. We've suffered a lot, we've suffered together, and we have come forward together. And private members' time continued through all of that. And we've seen that it needs to have a little bit of care given to it. And I look forward to hearing from academics, people who have studied these systems and how it can be better. I heard so many things that were new to me and spoken with great rationality, so that I could see the different sides of things, and I could see why something was better than another. One of the big things that I have lived with all of my life was that, you know, big party politics is kind of dangerous. It's you get lost in it. And in fact, I learned very differently the value of party systems. So even though I talk about the divisiveness that can come with political parties, I also recognize that how important they are to our system. Big party politics works at becoming government. When you're a big party, you are looking at how you can form government, how you can bring all the different interests together in a way that you can govern. And that is what we bring to this House, is that opportunity to have those diversity of opinions, to have that diversity represented, and to grow into a one place where we put forward the people of British Columbia. I can't talk anymore. I want to thank you for the opportunity. I'm very grateful that this motion has come forward. There's, we normally get, as a private members, unless it's a bill of government, we don't get a chance to talk about what's going on with private member time, except in small little bursts, 5 minutes here, 7 minutes there, 2 minutes there. It's an opportunity that I have felt very privileged to stand and support motion 18. And I'll just review it one more time, just so that the people back home know what I'm talking about, that a special committee to review private members' business be appointed and empowered to examine the current use of time for private members' business in the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia and other parliamentary jurisdictions in Canada, and to make recommendations on possible improvements to the consideration of private members' business, specifically private members' bills and private members' motions in the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia. Standing Committee is an all-party committee. It's an opportunity for all of us to come together and to hear the voices of British Columbians and to make a difference for the next generation, for us as we continue our work, and for the next generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Member for Boundary Similkameen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is most certainly my pleasure to rise in this House to speak to this bill, especially as someone who has come out of the world of local government into this place relatively recently. I feel that the partisanship within these halls makes a lot of what we do very challenging, and frankly diminishes the power of the work that we are able to do. I feel like this bill that is in front of us today is in place in order to provide another opportunity to reassess and study some of the potential scenarios that we could implement to advance and add value into that democratic process. As we get elected in this place, and we clearly know we have a few different roles, one of which is our representative role back in our home ridings to come to this place and make sure the concerns of those people are heard. Another is our legislative role, of course, which we all share. And then there is the role some of us have, some of us don't have in government. I think that what this bill is designed to do is to provide us an opportunity to hone in on that legislative role and determine if there is not ways to do it better. And so I certainly am happy to speak in favor of this bill. I think part of the process, part of the value of this special committee would be to properly assess those opportunities to improve the democratic process, whatever that might be. So, you know, I struggle, for example, coming out of local government where we had active debate around a table, and we would then bring something to a vote and have a question on it. Question called, vote is taken, and that would change time to time, where people, how and what people supported, how they voted. In a case like this, I feel like the nature of debate is even much different than what I expected, frankly. I feel as if there is an enormous opportunity to have more legitimate debate, but we need to be able to look at what those models are in other places, in other jurisdictions, and be able to say, what are the pros and cons of those different scenarios that we might want to capitalize on here and include in our operations for private members' time. So likewise, there's questions of efficiency certainly that have come up recently in this place, and trying to determine how do we do the work that is in front of us in terms of this legislative role with the greatest efficiency. And I think there's a lot of opportunity to look into that and determine how we might be able to do it better than we are today. And hopefully this committee would help us to advance those expectations. I look even, for example, at a model like the US government, where I think that there's certainly lots that we don't necessarily want to learn from that system. But even in a case like that, and the distinction of executive versus legislative powers and behaviors is, I think, an opportunity for us to explore and make sure that we're capitalizing on the legislative role that we all hold when we come here, and provide a better opportunity for us to utilize private members' time as effectively as we all can on behalf of our constituents and the people we represent here. I wanted to speak briefly to the value of parliamentary committees as this bill is designed to identify a new special committee or establish a new special committee. I we had a number of us here that were at the fisheries event last night on both sides of the aisle, and I think one of the interesting commentaries that was shared there was around Corky Evans, got up to wind up the night and spoke about the work that he had done decades ago in this place as the chairperson of a committee to bring all sides of the House together to really dive deeply into the question of how are we managing our forests particularly, and what are the opportunities to improve that. It was a good reminder, certainly for me, in terms of how that's part of the work of this place that I feel like we could give a lot more attention to, is leveraging that collaborative effort of members from all sides of the political spectrum to be able to come to consensus about how we can move forward in a better way in terms of bringing together subject matter experts, bringing together different jurisdictional scans to identify what the pros and cons of those different models might be. I think it's pretty clear that, certainly for me, as somebody that is relatively new in this place, that there is a lot of opportunity to improve process here. There are a lot of things that certainly work well, but there's a lot that there's room to improve upon. I know it comes as a surprise to some. And I see this as one more step in that direction, to be able to explore those opportunities and bring back a suite of options and alternatives that hopefully there's some strong recommendations in terms of how to do this place better. Even the conversations around time limits that we have. How do we do the business that we are here to do in the most effective and efficient way? Again, I come back to the comment that I made at the beginning as well. I feel like the partisanship of this place really dramatically reduces the potential of some of the work that we would be able to accomplish. And so for myself, any opportunity to explore in a less partisan way a shared understanding of how to improve the process within these halls is something that I am eager to support and eager to advance. And so I think that is the majority of what I really wanted to communicate in terms of my support for frankly, any opportunity, this one in particular, but any opportunity that is going to get us to a place where we can improve and advance the ability for us to represent our constituents, particularly in that legislative role that we carry into this place in a way that works well for all of us and moves us to more active debate and more consensus. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Member for Surrey Cloverdale.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise to speak on this today in a favourable way. As a person who is the current chair of the special committee to appoint the Merit Commissioner, I know the value of what's there. And looking at one of the members from North Vancouver Seymour, I think she shares that passion of what a special committee actually has the ability to do. And you're able to, I think one of the keys is that you narrow down the scope of what this committee will take a look at. When I take a look at this, I take a look at the 5 letters that are there that talk about what it can reach out beyond the part of a select standing committee, of which I've had the pleasure in the 2.5 years of sitting on 4 of those select standing committees. So I'm appreciative of what the process has to come forward. But I want to read out that the notice says the special committee to remove the private member's business be appointed and empowered to examine the current use of time for private members' business by the Legislature Assembly of British Columbia and take a look at other parliamentary jurisdictions in Canada and make recommendations on possible improvements. And Honourable Speaker, I don't know of any committee that we've had where we haven't been able to do that. When I take a look at the most recent with the Select Standing Committee on Health to deal with the overdose crisis, of which we have members that are here today, the member from Surrey South and the member from Peace River North and the Rockies, possibly somewhere down the road. I'm trying. A report comes from those committees. The report comes from all the parties that are inside of there. It comes from all the private members that are there and bring all of their experience from across the province. And we've heard it in different tones as to how we got here and who's elected us to be in this position and the job that we have to come forward. And that's where I take a look at our special committees or our select standing committees, and it brings private members from all over the province. It brings the views from the Peace River North and the Rockies to Surrey to the island to the Kootenays. It brings all of those perspectives to the table. And Honourable Speaker, with this motion in front of us and putting this special committee together, not only does it bring the regions together, but it brings the expertise that each and every one of us holds. The expertise and the knowledge and the skills and the abilities that all of us have that come to this House. And we bring those biases with us. When I take a look at the special committee to take a look at private members' business and everything else that will come around to it, I also like the fact that there's a deadline, that a special committee knows that when it's struck, that they have a limited window of time to report back to the House and the findings that they will have from this select standing committee. But I'm not standing here in support of it trying to predispose what the work will be. And that's the joy of having the committee. That's the joy of having the terms of reference that are there to help guide all of those committee members in a direction that is best for everyone in the province and the best use of our time that's inside of here. When you strike a committee of various people from various parts of the province, and you give them the ability to take a look at best practices that come from other provinces, best practices that come from other Commonwealth countries that we have, and some of the things that we'll see, and hopefully that when this committee is put together, that they will see the subject matter experts from other jurisdictions as to how to make this work best for this House and for those private members, to give that say to that group of people that's there, to best utilize their time in this House for all members and for their representation to the people that are here. When we take a look at what's on its way, and the member from Courtenay-Comox pointed out perfectly, you know, we're expanding the walls, we're expanding the chairs of this institution by 6, which will all likelihood be, you know, 6 more private members. So the timing of this is very good. The timing of this says that we need to get this ready. We need to get this done by October of this year, so that we're ready to go for when those 6 extra spots go. And as I look around the room, Honourable Speaker, I'm not sure where those extra 6 seats go, but I'm sure that the people here will figure out where that goes. When we take a look at the last time this was done, it has to go into a direction that was quite a while ago. And, you know, spending your Monday mornings here for a couple of hours, at times, it makes you wonder whether or not you're really being heard. And I think the restructuring and putting a committee together with all three parties allows the structure to be done and to take a look at it. You know, do we do a good job? I think those of us that are private members think that we do a great job, and I'm pretty sure the constituents that we have are happy in what we do. But doing a great job and doing the best job is a fine line. And to be able to do the best job, you have to have the input and put all of that common intellect into a room at the same time to take a look at what's really there. I think that my time spent on the various committees that are there, and we heard it from one of the members, I believe from Prince George Valemount, you know, we don't get to talk about the work of a committee as the committee is working its way through the certain issues that's there. We tend to only talk about the report that comes out as a result of the mandate or the terms of reference of what that committee is. But Honourable Speaker, I can tell you that the process of getting to that report allows for all British Columbians to know that all parties and an independent member are looking out for the best interests of all British Columbians. And my time on the committees that I've sat, all we talk about is how to make it better, how to improve on what we have that's there. What is that next step? Coming from local government to here, it was about how do I take that portfolio of knowledge that I have in the past and bring it to this House and get that knowledge out of the box. Because everybody here has the knowledge and the skills and ability of a set that could possibly be great with a bill or with the committee that we're talking about here to take a look at those possible improvements for private members' business. Private members' business has been there for all of time to allow both sides of the House to raise their issues on what's important to them. And we've also heard that it gives us the opportunity to make sure that our constituents that come to our offices are heard. And it's in the private members' time that it gives us that ability that's there. When we take a look at the work that's been either done on a special committee and or a select standing committee, where it ends up is with the private members that are assigned to those committees. And it's the work and the ability of this committee to take a look at what is happening globally, to take a look at what's working. You know, we heard it in other committees that we were on, in Select Standing Committee with Health. We heard about different countries and how they were dealing with things. We heard about different provinces on how they were dealing with things. And I think at this point in time, it would be foolish not to have this committee in place so that we're prepared for what the eventuality is more private members and more private member business that's going to be done in this House. Honourable Speaker, the special committee, when it's put together to deal with private members, it will be focused on one thing and one thing only. And where you have other select standing committees that are out there, they tend to take a look at more than one subject. They tend to take a look at, you know, as far as government finance, you take a look at all the finances that are out there, and you try to bring a report that deals with multiple things, and you're hearing from, you know, 800 to 900 different people. This is a very narrow focus with the intent to make the business of private members and this House work far better. Mr. Speaker, when I take a look at the select standing committees that I have sat on and what work that has been done, I in fact look for the opportunity to hopefully being part of this process, to be part of what's there, to take a look at the terms of reference that are put in front of us, so that I can bring those ideas that we have from our constituency that's there in Surrey Cloverdale. And when I take a look at what the notice is that's in front of us, you know, the special committee has the same powers of the select standing committee, and it has some additional powers that are clearly listed that are in front of us. And I think the last one is under E is retain personnel as required to assist. And I make the assumption, Honourable Speaker, that is getting the subject matter experts into the room to tell the group of people or provide the information to the committee that is sitting at that time, what their opinion is and what the facts are. Because at the end of the day, you want to be able to take a look at what everybody's bringing to the table in such a manner as to how it's going to work. And I want to go back to what the member from Courtney Comock said, because I really think that the focus of this committee really comes into play with the possibility of 6 additional seats that come into this room, and that we need to make sure that the structure that we will have in place for all intents and purposes 6 new private members will be there for them for their next 4 years. That's there, Mr. Speaker. So I think when we take a look at what the committee can do, the committee will have the ability to examine how private members' time can serve not only the needs of the private members, but serve the needs of all British Columbians at the same time. We want to make sure that it's all parties of the legislature that are struck. We want to make sure that it's the diverse views that we see in all of our other committees from all the other areas across the province of British Columbia. We want to make sure that all of those things that are there, but as I said at the beginning, I don't want to predispose the work of the committee. I just want to be able to say that this is what excites me about the committee, and how, as a private member, I have the ability to forecast maybe what can come out of this committee work that's here, and determine how it's going to affect myself and affect the people of Surrey Cloverdale that are my constituents. I know that there's a few other speakers that are after me that would like to speak. So I'll close it here with just the thought that I am so happy and so proud to stand here in this House to talk about the ability for a committee to be struck that's going to deal with private members' business, that will allow those private members of us that are here in the House today to have that opportunity to mold what's going to come in the future, to have that ability to have some input and say. And I really truly believe, Honourable Speaker, that from my touches with the 4 select standing committees and the 1 special committee, that what comes out of striking this committee with the deadline that's in front of them, where they can clearly see that they have a couple of choices to make, and they're making those choices with the subject matter experts in place to provide them with that background and information. So with that, I will take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to Motion 18. Establishing special committee to review private members' business. First off, just to acknowledge that I'm speaking from the territory of the Lekwungen, the Esquimalt and Songhees people, and I'm very, very grateful to have that opportunity to work on this land and learn on this land. And I also acknowledge that in my riding, my lovely riding of North Vancouver Seymour. I'm in the territory of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Squamish. And again, I offer my sincere thanks to them, to the stewardship of the land that they've been doing for so long, and the willingness to help me learn how to do that stewarding in a much, much better and more effective way. Since we're saying how we feel today a couple of times, I feel this has been a long time coming, this request to take a look at what the private members, how their businesses run, how the motions work, how the bills happen, etc. I did not have the opportunity or time, I guess, to be part of municipal politics before I came to a provincial role. I was very much involved, if you will, in the politics of a health authority. However, it had a very different face and a very different presentation than what we deal with here. And also the structure, the organizational structure was clearly very different. I also had the opportunity to be in the military for 42 years and see yet a different type of organizational structure. And all of these structures, including here, have their good sides and their not so good sides. And one of the things that I came here feeling was that as a representative and an advocate for my constituency and my community, that I had the opportunity to bring things forward to the floor. It was a surprise to me, and I'll admit my rosy-colored glasses and lack of knowledge and perhaps lack of doing my homework. It was a surprise to me that when I got here, I actually wasn't a member of government. I was an MLA, yes, and I had a role, absolutely. However, I was not a member of government. I was not seen as a member of government. However, if you were to speak to people in my constituency, and especially anybody who knows me, they perceive me as a member of government, and they perceive me as having the power to bring anything forward, speak to anything, and make change, because that's why they've put me in this position, to speak to stuff, bring it forward, and make change. This bill, I believe, is going to give us the opportunity to look more closely at that function, to have a robust discussion, as has been referred to by my colleagues, and have people in who've looked at it across the country or in other countries that have used this time well and perhaps differently than we do, to see how effectively it can be used in other places and see if there's ways that we can improve. Quality assurance is an important part of any function, of any system, to look at different aspects of things and go, is this going as well as it could be? Or is there something we can change to make it better? And in my mind, this committee is able to do just that. Let's look at some of the processes that we've been doing, quite frankly, for the same way for many, many years. And let's see if there's things that we can do to make it better. Common saying in the military is just, we've been doing this, why do we do it this way? Well, because we've always done it this way. Well, maybe not. Maybe there's better ways to do that. And I can tell you a story about that, but it doesn't look like I've got time, so I won't do that. Anyway, I think also there's been references to the collective wisdom, passion, and experience that our private members have to offer. Every one of the people that comes to this House comes with a willingness, with a momentum, with a motivation to be part of something that brings everybody forward, that brings the people in their riding forward, that brings the people in our province forward into a better place. And the way that we can do that is the synergy that comes together with working together. Again, to replicate one of my colleagues' comments, I have been surprised at some of the divisiveness that is experienced and shown in this environment. I understand intellectually the reasons, the rationale before it, but at times when I listen to it and I watch and I think of people who are in the gallery watching, or people who are watching Channel 14 apparently, the 5, is it 7 people that watch it? Maybe 5. My husband watches it sometimes. It's a bad idea. You know, it's like, oh yeah, everybody wants to watch it. It goes on forever. You know, I find it really interesting that those people, they look at what we do, particularly during a particular session in this legislature, and they go, really? People behave like that? I certainly did. I certainly still do. However, I try to be really quiet most of the time. But I think if we were to bring this committee together and allow that collective passion, wisdom, and experience to look analytically at what the private members do, I think we would get a great benefit from it. And I think this whole environment and grouping would get a benefit from it. What the other part of it is, I also have sat on other special committees, and the amazing stuff that the people that bring presentations bring to us. The information, the analysis, the research, the different ways of looking at things, the perspectives, everything that people bring forward has added so much. And to have that opportunity is spectacular. Not only that, but we have the joy of having amazing analytical staff that bring everything together and distill it into the stuff that applies and can go forward in effective recommendation. We are so lucky to have these resources, to have this possibility to do things in a way that we can work together and make things better, that we shouldn't let that go by us. The reference to the electoral changes, 6 more people are going to come into here and be part of this. We need their voices too. They're very important. Everybody who's here, their voice is important. Mr. Speaker, I have more pages of stuff, my scribbles. However, noting the hour, I've reserved my place and I move adjournment of the debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, and I wish everyone a wonderful weekend. I move that the House do now adjourn.
Member, you heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Monday.